Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Hello guys. Sound check, sound check. Can you hear me? You're good. Thank you. Great. So how are we doing today? Thursday again, guys. Time is flying. Nice year. Thank you very much. You're wonderful. Why are you so nice and polite, guys? Thank you. Why is your hair so good? I don't know. I guess I was lucky. Good genes. I don't know. Emotive Easter event coming soon. So we're looking at a few things to spice some things up while we are progressing towards good content. Necro teaser gameplay. Yeah, so just to do a little brief update on the situation as usual. Thank you very much. So, as you know, we are finally on track when it comes to roadmap again. So we are quite heavily back on the production of the different content and features I'm sure you guys have seen the roadmap since we announced this last stream, so it's on the website if anyone missed it. So we're getting close to this next patch, which is already, we have next week to kind of polish and iron everything out, and then we go live with that one. There is a website. There is indeed mortalion2.com. Let me see. Yeah, the server should be up again, or at least anytime soon. You know, there's always a time for server to boost up everything, start everything, and then also after a while it accepts the players to actually log in. So that's why there's a specific timeline for that. Are you worried at all about your current player count? No, we are not worried at all. We are, we're staying true to the path and our goal that we set up. And our goal is not to do something partially quickly and just, a release of grab cash and disappear, obviously. We're here for the long run. We run Mortalion 1 for over 10 years. And obviously we intend to run Mortalion 2 many years more than that. So we got a hiccup with the release. Many of you guys know the chaos we run into. And unfortunately we were stuck in back-end heavy focus and similar such as on the back end, which put our whole release content feature release phase in pause, which is of course sad. So full understandable that people are, taking a break or simply waiting for that kind of update to come again. So before release, we were running these kind of roadmaps, regular bi-weekly updates throughout the whole beta, and the population was slowly growing all the time. Obviously, we expect to go back to that type of phase again, starting with the upcoming patches now. So it is expected, and it would be a little bit strange if people didn't, just as us, got a little disappointed by a big pause in the production. But also we need to get these pieces in place because, as you know, we also have a second release on the next release step on Epic Games Store, and we're also looking into several steps forward when it comes to slowly scaling up. So yeah, things are moving slowly in the right direction where we want and need it to be. Unreal 5 when? So yeah, I'm sure you guys have also noticed that so the server capacity is not too low right now. We have specific areas in the game world where we have noticed, so we can see a lot of details going on the back end now. And we can very clearly see what areas is stressed, what areas may need different types of work. So we've been running several tests throughout previous weeks when we have started with only the main server, as you know, and then when we're done with the test for the night, we have started one alt so we can get some rest without any panicking if something goes wrong while we are sleeping. So that is why. But if plans goes, if things are following the plans or the data we have so far, in the next patch we were planning to do additional backend server patch, but they're integrated with the client patch we have currently. So in the next client patch, we also get a huge server part being updated. And this is where we believe that we have one main under control, and we continue on from there. So yeah, back to the UF5 question. I'm sure you've seen Epic Games have released a fully commercial build of Unreal 5 finally, which is really cool. So we have that engine, and we are going through that to see what steps is necessary for us to take until we take the jump over. There's no going back after that. So the main thing we are very careful about is making sure that performance doesn't go down, and obviously that we remain with full stability client-based wise. So those are the two things we're going through. Converting a few things to support their new systems, and just making sure that everything looks all right. So we still doesn't have a exact time frame when we move over to Unreal 5. After this roadmap we have now, I think we are pretty set when it comes to when we aim to step over to Unreal 5. So we're getting closer and closer. PvP is too difficult to set up. Yeah, so as you know, in this next patch we have some important steps. So one of them coming is obviously the big last step for the flagging system, war system, and the bounty hunter system, which is very exciting. You know, it's really cool, getting those pieces in place. I don't know if you guys have played Star Wars Galaxies, but it was a very cool system, heavily inspired from Star Wars Galaxies bounty hunting. So that is what we're getting here. Obviously, you won't be hunting the Jedis, you will be hunting the murderers in Nave. So yes, we are turning off the alternate server when we hit the client patch next. So that is what we're preparing for now.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Pierce, thank you for the subscription. 9 months already. Holy cow. How will you prevent res collecting each other's bounties? So you can't select a bounty. You sign up for a bounty. So there are specific randomized system that give you the bounty for one of the murders in the world, and you will get some information based on that. And only you can collect that bonus, no one else. Then there are options for any players to place bounty hunter's fee on anyone's head, and that is a little bit separate. But if you get one bounty, you manage to track him down, you manage to kill him, get his head, go back to the bounty NPC and give it in, then it will also check if any players have put a bounty on his head, and if there is a bounty, you will also get that additional fundings as a reward. So that is one of the, is a little bit exciting. I wonder if someone put if this guy have additional bounty on his head or not. So that is like a bonus. And a rough estimate on wagons or boats. So one of the system we are doing first there is the wagons, as you may know. Weird game is strong, Henrik. Thank you, Malik. Thank you for the subscription. So there's a few parts that we're getting from the wagon system that is a requirement for us to do the ship system. We have quite a bit of design being finalized, so we make sure that everything is set whenever the coders are reaching those next steps. So it's still too early to say where wagons is on the roadmap. We try to focus on one roadmap at a time in a period of kind of like we have now, 2 months. So we are fully focused on that. After that, when this roadmap is delivered, then obviously we're continuing with additional roadmap steps. And that, we have a huge list of features. I did concentrate on the main feature that the majority of players looking forward to. If you remember, I showed a lot. The biggest part of this on my previous stream. And Wagons was on that list, so that means it is on that near update roadmap in terms of the upcoming months we're looking at right now. And then obviously when this list is fully done, we have a lot of additional features and content that we just keep on adding. And we would like to still, again, just tune in and make sure that the majority of players are looking forward to those type of features. So you kind of help us to pinpoint the direction of when those should go into the game, sooner rather than later. So yeah, the bounty hunter system is highly anticipated and very exciting because, as we always said, those reds running around, obviously there are many that obviously are PvPers and want to find fights, jump noobs, jumps anyone when there's opportunities correct. And now they will get even more actions by you always have to watch over your shoulder. You never know if there's a bounty hunter coming to collect you. And that was super exciting and successful in Star Wars Galaxy as well. So high value for those that wanna go up on the rankings to be a bounty hunter or become the most wanted players, and very exciting conflicts between those that are interested in that. And then obviously this separates a little bit from the war system. So now you will be able to declare a forced war with a fee to a guild that meets some requirements, and there's upkeep for running this war, but that means that the other side can't deny this if the requirements are met, and the war starts. You will still be protected in cities where there are nations and guards. They don't tolerate wars going on their streets, but as soon as you leave those areas, you're free to kill without any consequences. What I think the Epic release is such an important milestone. So Epic Game Store is rapidly growing, faster than Steam. So it is a very fast growing platform. It's also a much better price model for all the developers in the world. That is why you see many developers, studios are taking the leap over to Epic Game Store. There have never been a great competitive platform, for Steam pretty much, but now Epic Game is a force to reckon with. They are dominating the world market, or at least being in the frontier with Unreal 5 especially. And they're also widened their whole presence in different platforms, and now they have a very solid and very much more efficient platform, I would have to say, working with it compared to other platforms such as Steam. Very rapidly growing, and better price model for both users. So it's of course exciting. And what's also important for us is that since the first influx of a lot of players on release on Steam, we instantly saw the weakness and the areas we need to work on backend. And obviously we want to make sure that that is in place this time around for the continuing that step, which means we will continue pushing on Steam and Epic Games platform, reinitiate marketing on a wider scale, regional based translation, and regional based marketed as well. And just, as during the beta, the game were slowly growing. We expect us to be growing again when we are into the final roadmap. That obviously makes the game exciting for players to keep playing it on a regular basis. We have been very still since release. And you know, most players that have been playing a lot have obviously explored most of the content and are now waiting for some of these important parts that are coming in this upcoming month. How's the tracking bar going to work? Do you need a quick control? No, so this is one of the tools for the bounty hunters. I've been talking a little bit with Mats, you know, how we tie it correctly into the lore and such. So, you know, names and such are not final yet. But in general, or in short, how the feature is working is that when you're talking to these bounty hunter NPCs, you're able to buy certain tools. And one of the base tool here is a tracking device or tracking animal that simply allows you to access it if you are one of the signed up bounty hunters. So you don't need specific skills to release this. You just send it up in the air and that will start scouting and track your target for you. And you will get the data after a certain amount of time, and you can, you know, tracking get closer and closer. So yeah, no specific skills required to use that from starting on. So if you have been murdered, we're looking at how we refine the chances of getting who and what and how, the rules behind that. So depending on the current situation with murders in the world, you may not be on the top non-stop. So if you've just been murdered, they took your head and got a reward. That reward and wanted list is going down rapidly, which means there's a kind of like a grace period before you may be a target again. Why is there a queue? So this is the thing. There's a queue system in pretty much all multiplayer online games in the world for one specific reason, and that is all about stability and performance to allow players to get into the game. So if we just had an open port where, you know, everyone clicks login, and in 1 millisecond, hundreds or and even 1,000 players simultaneously logs into the system that shall handle your login process, verify the account, the character, the items, and load everything, then it will explode in 1 second. There's no system in the world that handles it without a proper login queue system. So, and as you noticed, we just started the server, which means there are constantly, every second, there's a few hundred people clicking on login and want to continue playing, which means there's always a queue system that kicks in, that if there's several amount of players trying to access the game, they are put in a specific step. And that is how every system in the world work when it comes to this. And this is one of the big parts we have been refining and made sure it's robust and stable and can handle a big push. And then it's also something we can refine a little bit now when we finally get capacity and stability under control, which means we can increase the efficiency on it. So it gets you in even faster. So yes, there will always be a short queue when the server is just started, for instance, even though there isn't thousands of players. But it's a very quick queue that you are going through, as you may notice. So what type of requirements are for a war? So there are several types of groups of players in the game world, as you've noticed. PvP players, PvE players that really want to step away from PvP conflicts, but you know, in this world there are always a risk, even though you can't really hide from the world, right? Obviously you can try to avoid it as good as possible, or as much as possible. But there's always a risk of a conflict. But if you are a group of players that are simply not into murdering people or try to avoid wars, and you don't collect any murder counts at all, that means you won't be able to be declared war on. It needs to be mutual if you don't have that kind of conflicts within your group. So in this way, those groups that simply doesn't want to participate can try to avoid it in one way at least, or a one step. And everyone else, or many others that is collecting murders, having wars, fights in and out, anything in the world, those will also be tagged for forced declared war. We're also obviously looking into different balances in terms of how many players are in a guild, what is the cost and upkeep, etc. So we try to again promote meaningful balance in how you can declare and what that cost is if you are a huge mega guild or you're a small guild. And we're also converting, so there's an alliance option, and you will get the right alliance color. So you can, rather than many of you doing right now, declaring war and seeing your alliance as red, that will be changed to a teal color, which means they're allied. And there's no requirement in how it's just mutual, right? And the real war targets would be orange, again, which means the specific rules. And if you do a war declare rule, there's going to be information on the timer of how it starts, when it starts, and if you want to surrender or if you want to stop your war, etc. And of course, the red players will be red, right? So bounty hunters hunting them will be able to identify them when they are a red target. So now finally those colors will be correct. New hair embed when. So we do have a batch of additional hair styles, not fully finished, and again we're simply just slowly preparing those for when we take the step in implementing the profession, barber profession and such. So we have a good pack of options whenever we decide to enable that profession, but it's not on the roadmap, as you can see, so it will be a while until we enable them. Make mage great again. So Fred, my friend, when we get Necromancy, you will have exactly what you ask for. That school support that in terms of the Necromancy rules allow you to run at the same time as you're casting a spell, including writing a mount. The current schools do not allow that per rules. X-Fast, yeah, thank you for the subscription. Favorite lotion? I don't have any lotion, so I don't know. Make it purple for the alliance. Do we want the purple color instead? Let's do a little poll on it, shall we? Boom. Let me hear you guys. Oops. Okay. Emma, for when? There is no reason. We're just taking this step in the big journey for Mortal Kombat 2, obviously. So, it's going to be many years of development for Mortal Kombat 2. Very exciting step, huge system getting in over the years. We're just going to grow and expand until we are the biggest sandbox MMORPG on the market, using the latest technology, Unreal 5, and just continue working on from there. Spend all healers will get their cut of Clade XP. So yeah, there's the description for that is quite intense. But in short is that there's some rules and timers on making sure that if you're healing this target, he have been doing damage to this creature and you have done a certain amount of heal to this target, and when that creature he's hitting is dying and he gets the experience, you will also get your parts of that depending on the timing in their rules and also how much you have been healing this target. We're trying to fine-tune this right now on the test servers to get it as solid as possible, so finally healers in our important group can also progress in an efficient way with XP. Do you know you're the Mega Shad of the gaming world? Mega Shad? What the hell is Mega Shad? I have seen Giga Shad, which was rumored to be a graphical made character, but I don't know. Accidentally healing criminal with criminal action turn off. That will be fixed finally also in this next patch. A little annoyance, yeah, to think you're sure with that option, but when healing you can do a mistake. So yeah, finally we're getting a fix for that. Exhaust. Yeah, I'm quite behind here now. So Unclesid, thank you for the subscription. With Campfire stuff be like camps in Star Wars Galaxy. So the Campfire we're adding back now is how it was in the first game, and that means you will be able to place a campfire which emits lights around it, quite well light, and it's a heat source. So when you do rest next to it, it detects that and gives you that message that you're resting next to a campfire, which actually double the effect of healing and recovering. It's also a heat source, so you can use it for cooking and such. So quite a useful function, and it also finally allows us to give you the portable machines. So a good feature. All right, we got the votes, guys. Purple with 49, teal with 43. So I guess I'm changing the color then, guys. I guess I'm changing it, and I can do that right now, and it's done. Let me find it. You all suck. Purple. Teal will be so much better. You think so? It's not with a huge margin, but both works for me. Could be that teal is a little bit closer to guild, yes. We're gonna let's try purple then. I'll write it. There we go. Let's test it. I mean, it's not hard to change. Revote. Do we need a revote? Paul again. What are you? No, look. So I mean, the color here is not vital. I was just thinking that could be funny to just see if you want a different types of color. Let's do it again and just for the fun of it. Obviously, this is something we can change at any time. I haven't really, put too much thought behind the exact color for this one, and we can pick whatever. Okay, one more. 5 minutes. Cast your vote, guys. Let's see. Color vote, custom color. So many options. Yeah, I guess that's something we could support later on to give more options for players. You know, it's been surprisingly no pink. now we're going crazy. We're getting all kind of colors: yellow, white, pink. Yeah, you know, there's quite a lot of gamers that are seeing colors in different ways, color blindness and such. So we try to give that a thought as well, and yeah, maybe we are able to give the option actually to you know, modify them yourself. That could be one option. But you know, it's also a thing. You know, what color is he? You know, if it's a universal color code, it can be very efficient as well, right? So Star Wars hates the colorblind. No, not quite the opposite. We try to do whatever we can to make it work. So the war color is orange. Murderers red. Guild green, and then now the question is for the ally, what color we would like there. Can we get a few more in-game color notification? I guess we can add a few more, yes. Colorblind with blue-green is horrible. Yeah. I mean, there's also many different types of tints, right? That I guess also makes quite a difference. But yeah, you know, at any time we could change these colors, so it's not a time-consuming task. We just need to nail the nans, the specific color we want to go for. Come on, light green just makes sense. So teal is all of a sudden in the lead heavily. Why is that, guys? Why is that since the last vote? Purple is nice. Yellow alley. We actually had a yellow as a fledgling flag for noobs, protected by the yellow, so it kind of sits in a backbone for Mortal 9 when I think about yellow. Vote now. It does look like teal is totally dominating. Try again, maybe another. I mean, now we get a lot more participants. We just got like what 1/4 last run, so maybe it was a little I don't know, too few. Teal is ugly. Made a mix between aqua and robin egg blue. I mean, we'll pick a nuance that obviously fits as good as possible. You didn't give enough people to vote. Yeah, that too was a little quick. All right, everyone, vote now. Let's see what you guys in here at least would like to see as ally color. This time we voted. Teal is the only choice, mate. Alright. Light green, please. Doesn't look like too many want the light green. And maybe it's too close to the green as well, perhaps. It would be possible to make an in-game ally chat. We could make a separate ally chat for this, yes. We have a very robust chat system that is completely separated from the game server, so there's no capacity stealing whatsoever. So, you know, we can do almost anything when it comes to refining the chat system. So yeah, maybe we can do give it the option to add a alliance chat. All right, so we have the winner, guys. This time it is teal. I'm gonna change it back. Teal it is for now. Let's test it, see how it looks and works. That's, you know, what we do. Why not custom color? We will see about that later. You know, there's many good quality of life options, right? Such as giving more tools for chat, actions, and color and all that. And it is mostly all doable. But yeah, right now we just want to get the big pieces and systems and features in place, refine them, make sure it's set, and then we can always start adding additional quality of life and options. Will there be colorblind options for those who can't tell similar colors apart? That's the thing. We do try our best in trying to cover that as good as possible. We've actually been talking to a few colorblind players over the year that have helped us a little bit with some input here. Obviously, we want to make it as good as possible for as many players as possible in terms of that. When it's next patch, so at the end of this week and the next week is all about polishing the next patch. So we are looking at deploying it as late as 18th of April, if I'm not mistaken. So that should be the date when it goes live. So we have to wait 1.5 more week approximately. So we're getting there. Finally, first roadmap content patch being delivered. Been waiting on that one for a long time now, actually. Will that one be removed? That is the plan, yes. So the thing was, we planned to do another server patch early this week, but it tied to some client content, which means we couldn't. If we patch it, you're getting half of the content in a half polished way for a roadmap patch, and we couldn't separate them. It's simply too much work, and it also adds a risk. So we said, 1.5 week. Let's make the best of it and just polish, and then deliver that patch, and we get it all. The big server side, we will, hopefully remain on main Milan server only from that on. Again, we will monitor. The thing is, there was a specific area that showed us that this could become a problem, and we need some sleep during working days, so we didn't want to risk it to have a non-playable state. That's why we started the alt again, and then we can relax and sleep well at night, or without being too stressed that we have to wake up in 1 hour because if everything were exploding or such. Sneak peek. Do we want to take a look on what exciting stuff we are working on currently? I know one thing that is close to my heart. As you all know, I'm a big fan of magic in Mortal Online, and we are finally remaking some of the things that wasn't following the intended design in the first game. So we're making sure we take the time to fix and refine those. And then obviously we're going to continue just rapidly over to the upcoming and the other schools as well that we never got to in the first game. So now we're refining those changes for Necromancy. We still don't know the capacity with our new system we built. So there are several steps we're adding on the server backend. We are making sure that everything can be multi-threaded, so it's safe for the future, so we can scale up very effectively. There's been so many different parts. It's extremely complex where the different things happens on this MMO solution. And now we have pretty much gone through all those different areas that have a high cost demand on server side, which means as long as we can upscale everything on multiple threads, that's when we're safe for the future and can scale up very efficiently without having to start new alts. Obviously there's always the natural cap, right, that if we keep growing the population on Milan, eventually it's going to run out of housing places and gonna feel more and more crowded wherever you go. That is obviously when the other continents gets into play to again be able to physically expand the world capacity and player base. So again, yeah, I've been working on refining those steps with Necromancy and also talking to Mats to get those last parts in place. So one of the big thing that happens that is very exciting and cool. So in Necromancy in the first game, it was quite restricted how you did the rituals and all that. This time around, we are making sure that everything in the world, pretty much everything, can be used again for Necromancer. So what that means is that if your horse dies or you kill a white bear, with the right tools and skills for Necromancer, you can raise that dead creature again. You can put them together and such. So we done a really cool thing, and let me show you the progression of that. Henrik with a A instead of H. I'm a big fan of MO. Now in February my MO1 account turned 12 years old, and I'm playing Mortal 2 every day because it's a game I'm passionate about. With that, I help to promote the game in my streams, just that we are having a lot of ghosts from other players who see to live and go where we are. This is very annoying. Is there anything that could be done to avoid a snipe ghost stream? So ghost spiritist that allows you to see the dead. You as a spiritist can counter that as fighting as a spirit, right? So that is the natural counter for it, in short. Later on, there will also be, as you may know, some additional blockers in certain areas. But all right, let me show you what I was talking about with the Necromancy. So what we're doing is we're zombifying every single creature in the game world. And this is... let me find it. Oops! Oh my god! Wrong button, guys. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. You can pretty much guess what's going on here, right? So, this is a Necromancer that have raised a dead horse and a dead bear. And now they are his pets in control. Pretty cool system. Pretty cool, I have to say. You can even raise a dead troll. And it will look like a freaking dead zombie troll. Really cool. Really cool. So yeah, all creatures are being zombified in the game world. Eric, much love from New York. Good sir. Thank you, G Hayes 420. Please make more options to create a name in the game with numbers, etc. Numbers in your name? This guy know how to throw a good time. For sure. Can they be traded? No. So this is... You raise these with a ritual. So there's two types of summons for Necromancer. You can do a quick raise dead and do commands. And this is where Necromancers could actually battle. There's a spell called command on dead. And depending on the strongest mental abilities for Necromancer, they are in short control of this creature. But yeah, so these are the ritual raised creature. You can't just quick raise one. So what you need here is following some logic here, right? So to raise a horse, for instance, you simply need a horse carcass. And then you can modify that with some different things that will affect its attributes and stats. And it looks like real life Gigashad. Can raise players as zombies. So potentially, if you use a player carcass, you may raise a walker, based from that. At this point, I'm a little bit unsure, depending on a few specific things. But again, the core rule here is to make sure that you can use any carcass in the game world, and it will, use that main carcass as what it was and be zombified. And then you will be able to do very specific rituals that kind of allow you to take one piece from one creature, one piece from another, and you put it together, and this will be a huge abomination that is the famous Tupilak. And just wait until you see that creature. That is insane. So there's some really cool things that I'm looking forward to finally getting into place, which we couldn't in the first game. Zombie Gigamo. Indeed. So Undead Minotaur Horse. Yeah, so you can't create everything, because it simply will be way too time consuming for us to build every single combination or build that dynamic system that allows you to build them together and work animation wise. So what we're doing is like 3 steps, I would say. One is raising the actual dead animal, like you see here in the picture, raising a horse or a bear or any creature, and it will be the zombie version of that with modified stats. And then there are specific recipes, I would say, to create a whole new type of creature, reusing parts from some of the creatures in the world. So we're looking at the Tupilak, we're looking at what were used to be called Death Knights. We're looking at, the mountain from Game of Thrones as a pretty good reference. And that is more like a unique setup that you can do with specific components. But yeah, I mean, that kind of doors opens up to something endless. If we have the time and resources, we could add infinite amount of combinations eventually. But, I think it's a really good start pack with just zombifying everything. That was just a dream in the first game. We couldn't, but now we're doing that. So it's going to be very cool. Very cool. What about shades? So right now we're not 100% sure what the shade translates to. We are discussing the shade. So we will see. Why is it Tupilak and not Abomination? So Mats is writing all the lore and names behind these types of creatures and rituals and what's going on here. He spent a lot of good effort and time with very cool stuff behind these things that make sense. So again, it's important to understand that we are not living on Earth, so we're not doing the typical copies from Earth, like the Diablo with demon pentagrams and religion with crosses and so on. We're not copying anything because we are not on Earth. We're trying to invent a whole new planet universe that is very inspired from Earth and following a lot of the same logic and such. But it's also a good explanation why we have magic in this world, which we don't have on Earth, right? So yeah, portables are coming with the Campfire, yes. All of these things you add now will have to be properly ported over to Unreal 5. Are you and your team prepared to do that efficiently so it doesn't take a month to complete? Yeah, we already knew that we are stepping over to Unreal 5, so we already been preparing everything as much as we can, the features, everything. There's a few things obviously that we need to port because we want to support the new technology. And this is obviously where we need to spend some time. But the main area is obviously making sure everything compiles and runs is stable, and the next is the performance. If we just crank in, we already played around with this a little bit in previous Unreal 5 builds. If we just enable everything, lumens, crank it all up, the performance is actually slightly going down. And obviously we don't want to go down in performance. We want to remain at the same performance at worst, and we want to make sure that where there is bottlenecks like level streaming, when it freezes your computer, that's where we want to try to finally make use of the improvement in Unreal 5, so we get rid of those bottlenecks. And yes, we want to use the new water and cloud and weather system that we can get from Unreal 5. So that is why it doesn't feel correct for us to spend too much time in those areas right now, because we have to rework it anyway in Unreal 5. I may as well show you my little slip. I just showed you a little creature. One moment. Yeah, I may as well show you this little creature that is pretty cool. That guess what it is, guys? I already showed it by mistake, so I know you have that saved. What do you think it is, guys? Water lizard or Timigula? Water lizard still spitting acid. Water lizard? It is the water lizard, yes. Quite improved, as you can see. We're adding a few millions of polygons this time around compared to 2,000 polygons. Really pushing the boundaries as much as we can now when we are, making a game for the future. So this is our next generation water lizard. Indeed. What do you think about it, guys? Is it a good upgrade? The server still patching? The main server should be up, if I'm not mistaken. Looks gnarly.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
With the subscription. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I mean, this is the high poly, right? So obviously we are making sure they don't kill the client performance. But it's a next-gen MMO in terms of visuals, so obviously we want to try to have it on a very high standard. We need crocs. Yeah, we had a plan for Sarka. The Metrodon. This is the prehistorical version of that. Very correct. So we try to find there's a link to most of the prehistorical creatures on Earth that you can recognize a lot of Immortal Online. We do that on quite a few things, such as a lot of the creatures, but also, as you know, the materials. We may have different types of names, but with some experimentation, you can figure out, okay, this is steel, this is ichor, this is whatever those things are, which is, I think, is pretty cool. And obviously by purpose, taking that decision. We're adding my ex-wife into the game. I don't know. Hey, the server should be up now again. Can I tame it? Yes, you can. Necromancer's pets faster, smarter than NPCs. Plus, Myth of Empires has a good wagon system. So this is the thing with rituals. When a creature dies, it's dead, right? Which means you have to when you raise it with magic as a necromancer, you simply put your control life into the dead limbs. So you will see that quite clearly when you see the 2 black, which is a creature put together by different types of body parts in a very gruesome way. So obviously it doesn't think by itself, it's not smart, etc. And that's also why it's not an animal that you have tame control over or have domination over. You're simply with magic controlling the new dead raisin body. So the magical component in your power as a necromancer will determine how well that body pet will perform. You can modify it with recipes and such. But yeah, just raising, for instance, a dead horse initially or without any effort is actually weaker than a normal horse because it's half damaged. It's falling apart. But you can modify the creature with additional steps in rituals. Yes, we intend to add the combined system back. It was a useful system in various areas, actually. Yes, there is a cost for Necromancy as well. And oh my god, I'm sneezing over here. There's a cost, yes, and it's also a very important balance factor that if we have separate pools for both creatures and necromancer pets, it's getting out of control balance wise. So you can't build the most powerful necromancer pets and also take control over a troll or something crazy. That will be too much. So you have to choose a path pretty much where you spend your costs. So it says still starting up. Yeah, give it a moment then. It takes a while before it lets people log in when it's been recently started. Yes, Necropets, we use creature control points. Had the roadmap timeframes been pushed back any yet? No, quite the opposite. We are in a good state. We are in polishing state for this upcoming patch. But we try to make the schedule as well where we know that these things are thought through in terms of design time wise and all that to finalize them. So hopefully it will be a smooth roadmap delivery. We actually only failed in what, like 2-3 deadlines throughout the whole year of beta when we delivered mega patches every second week. The team was extremely good at delivering on time, even though it looked insane. They worked very hard. We all did work very hard on getting those pieces in place. But I was starting to look younger every stream. You know, I'm taking my pills, renewal pills. I'm not sure yet when it comes to raising your friends' player characters. I mean, again, we're doing a zombified version of everything. So, in short, you're pretty much raising a walker, but based on that clade that your friend is pretty much, I would assume. I'm not 100% sure yet. We're getting there now. Yeah, I think I have my beard is itching me quite a bit right now. It does sometime. I need to cut it down a little bit. We're writing an armor when. So we are looking at expanding the animation team, which is the only bottleneck in holding back pet gear, equipment, armors, and also making them mountable. We are slowly progressing there now. We're looking into a few animators, so hopefully that will work for us. And then we will see more on that content also in upcoming patches. Are aging potions or food going to be added? Yes. So on the roadmap, we have mid-May. We're going to release additional ingredients for alchemy. One of them is age altering. Henrik said it is pulling him away from talking about the game. No, it's just that, you know, there's so many questions and topics going on every second that it's sometimes hard to stay on one. I want to try to cover as much as possible on many questions, so I go back and forth, left and right. We're able to put bags on cabinets, yes. And wagons. Can I choose the armor weapon that my human sum is equipped with? No, not at this point. Again, we're all looking to when it comes to equipment, and we are already preparing and supporting for it. But again, it comes down to a lot of animation work, and that is a bottleneck we have currently. So hopefully we will have a few more animators in place soon, and we can start progressing in those areas in a wide field. Mana potions when. So we're very careful about instant mana potion for a very important balance reason, as you can imagine, especially now when we are progressing into the new magic schools and even more of the necromancy. We are heavily balancing the costs in, you know, time to cast, balance, regent costs based on the results of the spells. And if you can always chunk a potion, keep casting infinite, removing a big part that is a tactical choice for mana, Wagon skills, and how much mana you have, to finding the right amount you need for your build, and also that there is some component that can affect your mana Wagon in a way, and also how other players can give you mana. So we don't want to remove that big important field by just slapping in a mana potion, and that's all gone out the window. So we're very careful about that part, and I think it's important. To remove the training dummy Medulli, that one next to the crafting area could be moved away. I agree. There is another one on the other side that is not as much used though, so we will see. Can you elaborate on the dynamic spawning system from the last patch? I haven't seen much changes in spawns. So you don't see these spawners. That's the point behind them. It's huge dynamic spawners that notice that if you are in this area and there's supposed to be this type of wildlife or whatever, or bandits in this area, that's when it can spawn them. So you will see new creatures or mobs where they just simply doesn't statically spawn anymore. We added a few thousand of these around the whole world. It's still in an early state when it comes to how much and many we want to do, but we're also working on one very important part, and that is the one we have on our development on the roadmap, the point of interest. So we work on some very cool and many different point of interest. We actually, our plan currently exists of over, I think it's 1,500 interest points. That's pretty crazy. We have a very cool pipeline how to produce this in a good way, and that's not just one cool item on the ground. I'm talking about a few different things spread out in the world, and they're also quite a few of them could have light sources, so you see them from far away during nighttime, and some things are standing tall to attract players. And in these interest point areas, there's something, and that's the idea behind it. So, obviously we, again, very inspired by some other games that do this well. Everyone is playing Elden Ring right now, and we're trying to see how do they build their world to make it interesting when you're running around. So there will be something in every single interest points area to attract the player, and it can also reward the players in different ways, from something small but also to something big. So that's going to be interesting to see how that adds much more interesting things in the big world, and obviously makes it more exciting for players to explore and take part of that. We agree that it's a huge world, and there's so many huge, vast areas that simply have nothing. We intended to have some of that as well for many reasons. We wanted to feel like this is the huge step, just like in real life. And there's also huge areas where you can build cities. If there's forests everywhere or props everywhere, then obviously you can't build anything. So it's a fine balance we're trying to find here, still making the world interesting, exciting, and adding more different types of rewards. So it can be everything from bandits, creatures, to hidden things, and we're also getting the key system and chests. So now you can actually find keys in the world, and these keys will go somewhere. So that's also good content behind that. So we will deploy these batches of interest points in these upcoming patches as soon as the first area is done and covered and tested. But on a roadmap we have 1,500. So it's quite a good amount spread out on Milan. Can we expect content patch update with housing permission included? By the way, love the game. Keep up the great work, you and the team. So, next patch. So, which is most likely the 18th. So, not next week, but the next. We deploy housing functions. There's a very important function we're finally getting, which allow you to finally use houses with your guild of friends. So, you will be able to set a password on the house. And if you give this password to your guild of friends, they can, when they are trying to open the door, they get to write this password. And they can also use these for accessing different types of chests. And the house will actually recognize you as a password owner until you run very far away or relog. So you only have to set the password once and you can go in and out. And then, if you continue the journey next day, you have to write it again. It's a very convenient way on being like a friend to the house. One server is planned for this next patch.
Oh my god, another one.
Master Marshmallow, thank you for the subscription.
Oh my god. Another one.
Startech TV, plans for additional underwater creature content. Also, thank you for you and your team for fixing Spider Belly Keep. Yes, so one of the things, as you noticed quite a while back now, was that we did some polish on the swimming system. So again, our swimming tries to follow some logic and what makes sense, and also ties quite a lot into balance that a lot of players are not used to. So in pretty much every other game you play, you can always jump down in water, right? There's no requirement check at all. You can swim no matter what. We thought it would be interesting to again follow some logic that forces players to think twice before acting, learn from that, but also use that to their advantages and such. So obviously we want to make sure that it feels more polished and you can get in and out of the water in a proper way and you can swim. And we actually use real life function for floating or sinking and how you swim. So if you learn how to swim in Mortal 9, you can take one pull and then it continues floating forward and then slows down. So you don't have to sprint, swim non-stop. That's not the efficient way of doing it. I'm just leaking some top tier skills right now, some secrets, such as the bow pull skills that many of you guys have learned by now. But yeah, with that said, obviously there's a weight system in place. If you're overweight, swimming in heavy plate. Sorry. Jesus, I don't know what's going on. So yeah, that was an important step to get a proper base swimming system in place that is more reliable as long as you learn how to swim with skills or within the right weight boundaries. And yeah, next to that, thank you, is that is prepared for. Obviously, we're adding more underwater content and things to discover underwater as well. And then eventually, even more down the road, obviously we have the underwater continent as well that are everything underwater. My nose is itchy. One moment, guys. I need to blow my nose, or I'm sitting here and snarling. 1 second, guys. All right. All right. Oh. Amazing content. 10 out of 10. Thank you very much. Sorry for 1 second break there. Bless you. Thank you. All right. Where were we? House owners be able to select which chest and password give you access to. There should be different types of chests that allows you to password, and which ones are owner only. Is Haven not starting for you guys? Is that what you're telling me? And people can share the same house. So just by giving the passwords to your friends, they can all use it. The password is the factor here. You recognize the function from Rust as well, right? The password give you full access to everything that is password bound. Haven't working for me. All right. So yeah, I haven't server hasn't started yet. They should be all up now, I think. Shall we do a little giveaway, guys? What say you? What say you? We can show the zombified Necromancer pet once again if anyone missed them. So we're doing all the creatures, zombifying them, which is gonna be really cool. All right, let's do a little. Let me find my stuff for Immortal Key giveaway. All right, guys, let's do it. Mortline 2 giveaway. That is the command. Explanation mark MO2 to participate. There it goes. You're entering it now, guys. All right, let's give that a few minutes and then we will pull it. Or horse skeleton one like MO1. So this is the things that we are refining this time around. So there was a specific kind of recipe to raise the steed, right? The dead steed for Necromancy. This time we don't see a reason to do that with a specific recipe when we're actually zombifying everything. So instead you just take a horse carcass and make your ritual and you will raise that mount. So you can do it very quickly, easily without any relics or specific components. And it will be a quite weak horse because it's already half dead, right? But you can raise it very efficiently. Or you can invest some more resources to make it more robust or specific in any way. So this is what you can do with any creatures in the game with the rituals, which is the new system from our Necromancer rituals, which is very much cooler than it was in the first game. So you can actually raise a troll, and it will be a zombie troll fighting for you. It will be weaker. It's already half falling apart, and obviously also, again, a balance factor, right? The bigger it is, the more chances it is, it collapses because it have heavy damages on the body already. How many characters do you need? I can't carry a lot with me. So yeah, this is nothing that you run around with a few types of carcass in your pocket and you throw them out and you raise the beast. So it is a ritual. So it's like a preparation step. You will need a lot of carcass to make something useful. So you don't just run around and do this on the fly. I mean, obviously, if you're out and you don't have a mount and you see a mount, you can kill that mount and you can raise it as a dead mount for Necromancer. So a Necromancer wouldn't tame your mount. You would actually kill them and then raise them for you, which is interesting. So yeah, and obviously you can always build your Necromancy house where you, you know, sit and experiment and refine your pets and have a lot of carcasses in your house for this purpose, so you can produce pets.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
G-Man, just subscribed. Explanation mark MO2, indeed. Aren't you worried about the player count? No. I'm very much looking forward to the growing population when we step into the roadmap development and also release on the other platforms and start promoting the game again. We should obviously be surpassing the growing rate of when we were growing the beta, since we're getting to the more cool stuff and people will actually play when things are saving this time around, which it wasn't in beta. Oh my god. What level do resurrected pets res at? Do they level just like taming pets? Those are the things we're refining right now to see where the balance needs to be. So that part is not 100% yet. And this question is directed solely towards the developer or lead developer personal. Would there be an implemented system in place to reduce player killing? PvP can take place without griefing and player killing anywhere and everywhere. So yeah, that is what we are working on. So we always said that, look, we want to build a true sandbox MMO RPG. It's not a PvP game that some people call it. It is a sandbox MMO RPG game, which includes a lot of exciting PvP, PvE, exploration, you know, crafting, building things, everything you would, you know, want to see in a true sandbox game. A big important component that we do want to have in this game world is a a mystery, risk reward, but we also want to make proper consequences to those that decide to break laws and rules and attacking and kill other players and such. So that is why we have built the nations. There are guards protection and nation standings and a murder system. These will be more fully utilized, I would say, with the upcoming bounty and flagging system that releases in the end of April. So we're getting quite close to that. Very important steps that goes into the game that allows those that really likes doing PvP and having wars can actually focus on that without having to go through focusing on parser runs, standings, nation, murder counts and all that. So they can finally focus more on that and leave the rest alone. And those that enjoy playing as a murderer, being alone or a small group, they will also have the additional risk added on top of that, consequences of being hunted. So this will also promote a lot of interested players that may want to fight on the good side or just simply want to PvP. They will now, with the proper tools, be able to track down these murderers and get PvP with a risk. Obviously, both sides fight at the risk here, and there are some, you know, obvious rewards in place for that. So that should also kind of, remove some of that. I'm bored right now. I'm just standing here and killing noobs because I have nothing else to worry about or whatever it may be. That will obviously change quite a bit with these two big systems going into the game. We also have the guard vendor commands, the next week's patch or next week, that gives the guard system back we had in the first game, which means you will be able to call guards. There's right now there's an aggro-de-aggro issue that players are experiencing, as this guard is not responding or reacting in time. That's quite frustrating, so I don't get the help in time or whatever it may be. That will change when you can obviously call new guards that come for that target you are calling on. We had that quite successfully in the first game. We weren't sure we needed it this time around, but now when we see this, every change we're trying to do to the aggro-de-aggro system, it's still not 100%. So that's why we're adding that system back. And that is to add additional security systems in all cities where guards are present. So yeah, those are quite big parts that will help and protect, give better security, and also give more interesting incentive for those that really do want to PvP and have wars, can do that without having to grief around as much. There's no reason to it when you have the incentive for something else. And also the murderers can't just stand there and relax because they may have a bounty on them. The problem isn't finding murders, it's avoiding them. Yeah, like I said, obviously if these murders will be heavily busy defending their life, they won't be caring about you anymore, right? And if there will be a huge growing population that is actually hunting them because it's exciting and fun and rewarding, this whole thing may change slowly over time.
Another one.
I want to come up and look at. We are looking into that to try to get that in a better position. Name a reason why the one who hunted would not give his head to the friend in collision. You can't give it. You get the bounty from the NPC, and only you can do it. And you don't get to choose the bounty either. It's not the bounty that a player, if I don't like you, I put 100 gold on your head. That's not thing you can, I take it and I get that money from the system. Obviously, you can do that as a player, so I can pay you to kill him. But this is the system handling all this. So because of that reasons, you can't abuse it. Lance is actually good. We are looking into that. We know and see that there are some underpowered areas, especially for mounted combat, that we are looking into getting a better position. I'm not sure what's going on with Haven. There are havens up and players on them. I don't know if it's a specific haven that doesn't seems to start. I have sent that forward to our guys that can look on it, but I'm not sure. And it's also getting late here, I'm afraid. All servers should be up and running, but it looks like one of them have issues. I don't know yet. Huh? All right, let's see. Explanation mark MO2. We are pulling the giveaway in 1 minute, guys. So if you wanna get your chance of a copy, Sleeve79, thank you so much for this subscription. You mentioned players can place bounties with reward. Is that tied into the bounty system? Yeah, so any player can place a bounty. So if you wanna, if I wanna place 10 gold on your head, I can do that. But due to the obvious abuse, so if I sign up as a bounty hunter, the system will give me one player as my target, and there will be some specific stats behind that calculation. And when I get that player, I get a bounty on this player that someone has placed 10 extra golden head. I will both get the system's reward, the bounty reward, but also it will check if a player also placed a reward on his head. So I get that as a side bonus. Yeah, but if no one has placed a bounty on him, it doesn't matter. He's still on the wanted list. And the bounty system and NPC will still give me some rewards for doing that task. I have to say the bounty sounds stupid and pointless. Just make murders red. It's awesome system. It was one of the most highly loved system in Star Wars Galaxies, and we are just simply refining it, and it makes sense. And we did use the red system in the first game, and a lot of people didn't like it, and it was like a mixed reaction, and or even the majority thought we should change it. It was stupid. So this time around, we tried to refine it, make it better, make an interesting bounty system that would give a very exciting feel to actually play around. You can play on either of the sides and have that part that is exciting and fun in the game. If you're into that, if you're not, then just ignore it, right? There's a lot of people looking forward to this system. What do we gain from bounty system? So you will get scored. You can get up on a ranked list to show that I'm one of the most famous bounty hunter in Nave or Midland. And you can also access titles and such, and getting specific access to different services and tools and items. So it's something we can also expand on a lot, depending on the interest in this area, obviously. We intended to release the game early, even in early access, for important reasons. We wanted to release slow, grow slowly and steady, just as we did in the beta. But yeah, that changed when it kind of exploded, and we weren't really ready for that kind of insane pressure. But we're getting back in place now, and we're gonna go back to steady growth. Is Harmonism planned? Yes, it is. It's one of our magic schools. We haven't set it in an order yet where Harmonism is, so I can't say the exact time frame at this point. There's any community created content to be added to the game. What do you mean, Dramonis? There is any community created content? I don't follow. Oh, what if red person log off when hunter be on his trail, and there be some signal that he come back? So you will have this bounty for at least 24 hours, and you will get the bounty if he's online. Obviously, sure, he could log out, not any random logout, and you may not hunt him at this point in time, but you can simply continue hunting other bounties, or whenever he may log back in, you can do checks, scout for him to see if he's back, and you will get the identification as well. What about mirrors? Did I get a leaderboard? So we're looking at the most wanted board as well, yes. You don't get to pick them, but obviously they are there, and I'm not sure yet if we want to display actual player bounty on their head. Maybe we should. All right, let's do the giveaway, guys. Explanation mark MO2 for anyone that just showed up. I want to get a chance before we pull it. No, we don't need a skill tree for bounty hunting. Anyone can sign up as a bounty hunter. You just need to prepare for the risk of obviously fighting a murderer. Case creating armor character. No, not really. There's quite the steps and quite complicated step to produce something from Mortal Online. It's not that simple that you just go to a content market, buy a model or create a model, and then we can put it into the game. There's so many components that makes it work for Mortal Online 2 specifically. Everything from the system, animation, the cost, resources, materials, textures. There's many steps that needs to be go through the steps of Mortal Online approval pretty much. So it's not that easy just to find a cool model or accept a cool model from someone that have made something cool. We are looking to expand, and we're always open to hear from talented modeler or developers anyways. But yeah. My one had a community of 300 jerks. If you listen to them about that, MO2 should be, you're going to get a community of 300 jerks. Yeah, I mean, this time obviously we are greatly surpassing any numbers we had ever in Mortal 1, and a lot of new players showing up also on a daily basis that never heard about Mortal 1. And we also knew that obviously we wanted to reach out to a much larger audience, and also the time is better now for a more hardcore game. A lot of people playing Rust, Tarkov, those type of game that have a lot of similarities in terms of risk, reward, PvP, loss of items and such. But we also knew that we needed to polish a lot of areas and add an interesting PvE and exploration and all that also in the game, so we can cater for a much wider audience this time around. And we learn a lot from the first game and not doing the same type of mistakes also. Henrik, big huge fan here. Nice haircut, please. Fix the Haven servers. I have sent this to Sebastian that did a server reboot. I don't know if he fell asleep, which is quite unfortunate if that is the case. I'm afraid that I may be out of power if I can't get him to help. I love the PvE in this game. Yeah, we gone very far, especially compared to Mortal 1. We're quite under the bar, you know, what people expect. That we try to push it much further and not only stop there, but actually go beyond the normal MMO PvE function where it, you know, just stand there and do one thing and then you go a few levels up and it just have a little bit more hit points. We try to give humanoids, you know, more intelligent reactions, similar fighting the similar way as players are. And also, as you have seen, the tier 2 bosses are always offering a unique PvE experience, and there will be many more. And I can't wait until we hit the Necromancy patch, because holy shit, I'm heavily involved in making one of the greatest PvE encounters in all time. Exploration in a dungeon-like setting in a very unique, cool way. I'm so excited to see how you guys figure these things out that I really want to just stay there from above and see how you perform. Obviously, I would love to share that as well, but we can't, because it's up to the players to solve those mysteries and such. And, you know, obviously we can't spoil that. It's up to the players or not. My Haven is working, so it seems like one or some Havens have some issues, I assume. Okay, here goes the giveaway. Good luck, everyone. Let's see how it is. Here we go. Here we go. Always a gang popping in just before I start. Okay, here goes. We're giving away one every Thursday, so you will always get a new chance every Thursday, which is pretty cool. So if you miss this one, you always have more chances. But okay, here goes for today's MO2 giveaway. All right. Good luck, everyone. I'm pulling it now. And there we go. Let's see who gets it. Who gets it? And it is Congratulations, Plant Radionics. You got yourself a MO key. Congratulations. Congratulations. Can you send me a little message here and I will send you the key directly. Where the hell is my... I need a little... There are. Great, great. One moment and I'm gonna give you that key. Where the hell do I have it? Here. And as always, Plants Radionics. Are you new to the game or a veteran? I'm always curious. Yeah, it seems like we have an issue on one of the Haven servers, unfortunately. And I do need Sebastian to handle that, so, and it's quite late here. So worst case scenario, it won't be booted off until he wakes up in a few hours. Quite unfortunate. Will you give away game time later when sub time is activated instead of couple game? Yeah, we can do that. We're looking at doing time codes that can be given away on streams, also for our content creators to give away, to again give some goodies for MO players. What the hell was I doing? Cape Code when? Good question, good question. Can keep alt server down for at least some of the day. So we are seeing what's going on the back end, and there are some things that can affect you players every now and then in a negative way, which we obviously want to avoid. That have been fixed, but it requires a client patch, and our current client patch is half of the content or all of the content, but without fully polished. That is the next week's of work for us. So after next week, that's when we deploy that patch. And then we should have everything in place, which should allow us to not have to start the alt server again. So I noticed there's been some confusing about skill books in the game. So the books says that this book may teach you this skill up to 70. And that means it can teach you up till 70. But it depends on how much experience you already have. So that means it can stop below 70 because that book doesn't have more experience to give you. Which means you can read same type of book again up till 70. So they do work as intended, but we noticed that there are some confusion about up till. So we will see if we have to rephrase it or simply change it to not be confusing. After next week, there goes the roadmap. That is the roadmap, Stein, or what do you mean? We're following the roadmap. That's what we're doing. I think we can wait 1 week with the alt server, and then hopefully we will be good. Why can't it learn from 68 to 70? That it should learn up to 70. So if it's a specific skill that doesn't go to 70, we need to look into that skill for sure, if that's a wrong number set. Does Campfire update bring the portable machines as well? Yes. We're getting the portable benches and such. Yeah, that, you know, always check your real skills, your parent and all that. Sometimes that is something that people are missing. Sorry, it's not good. Are you high? What do you mean? What the hell do you mean? No, I'm not high. If you're talking to me. We're gonna get necro-themed light armors. We have a lot of different armors and weapons on the upcoming roadmap when it comes to player gear. I'm not sure if one of them are specifically necro-themed. We have quite a few for all different clades that is clade themed or inspired that we want to cover. So there's something from all clades. But yeah, that list of gear is endless. For trinket system, will I lose trinket shards when I go to Otherworld through portal? It shouldn't. Still waiting for giveaway. The giveaway had been done just 5 minutes ago. I want the skeleton steed. This is the raised dead steed. So along with what you can do eventually when defining your different pets, like the Tupilak ritual steps, we're looking to add this where it makes sense, so you can specify your pets further. I mean, it's done. I didn't get anything. You mean the ammo giveaway? I did a ammo copy giveaway just a few minutes ago. I do one every stream. Yeah, I hear Alt 1 may be down. Again, I'm not sure what's going on the server side, but main should be running. Yeah, Seb did some stuff and it's quite late, so I'm not sure if we can go through it right now. It will be up in like 6 hours and go at it. I'm not actively coding, no. I'm mainly investing my time in game design and then everything surrounding the team and the company and all that. So I don't have too much direct time other than doing specific game design. So it gets 500 people if any and crashes. No, that's bullshit. It doesn't crash of 500 players. We haven't had any crash for I don't know how many weeks, but I don't know if there was a crash right now or what happened. I know Sebastian did some changes, some important changes, and it seems something got messed up. But no, we haven't got any server crashes for quite a while now. So we have a good stability and we're working on the capacity. There is a auto system that should start it again if it was a normal crash, it should be starting. So let's give it a moment and see if Alt 1 is starting again. But yeah, main should be running. I found a game on Indie Games database. I'm playing the alpha or beta way back then. Loving the game today, and I can't wait to see how the game develops. Nice to hear that, Job West. Your 5 stable has been released recently, and word of that. So yeah, we are going through it right now to see the progression in those areas that was not stable in the preview build. Hopefully things are stable and stable for Mortal Line as well, and then we need to go through the performance step. So we need some time before we can set a date for moving over. What does house function mean? So that is an important function for house owners. So it allows you to set password access to the door and chests, which means you can give this to all your friends or guild, and they can also use the house by using that password. Fix your server. Yeah, we're fixing in Crimson. Very nice of you. Thank you. Thank you. Would be good to have more support on weekends. It's very, especially when server mess up. Yeah, but we haven't had any server crashes for weeks now. So what part do you mean, especially when server mess up? We have had an alt server because of, we know that when certain nodes reach a certain step, there are some issues that cause issues on the main server. That is the only reason we are still running alt 1. But we have fixed that issue, but we can't patch it until we do a client patch. So 18th is the plan. So, you know, one and a half week left pretty much. I think we can hang in there. Will the homeowner know who has access to the home? No, you hand out the password. There are obviously room for some quality of life checks where we may add some lists, but obviously if this is a guy that shouldn't have a password and he spread that password, you know, that's something to consider, right? Just like in Rust, pretty much. Done with the poor animals called PETA. Indeed. They are actually revived, so they were dead. We haven't done anything to them. We're just reviving them. How are you fixing it? It just says Sebastian is going to sleep. Yeah, I can't fix it, I'm afraid. We need his help. He did an important update on the servers, and it looks like something went wrong. And yeah, he's not responding to me right now, so I think he fell asleep. He's starting really early, so he will be back in a few hours and look at it. But if there was a normal server crash on Alt 1, it should be restarting and hopefully up again soon. But yeah, main server should be running at least for now. And returning in late here, what sort of things in MO2 looking at adding into the game to balance things out for the solo players, small guilds players, both PvP and PvE? What things are in the works? So quite a lot of different things, right? It all depends on what area we're looking at here. So we are adding quite a lot of different hotspots, interest points in different ways that simply interest players for different reasons. We're also trying to balance the war factors surrounding numbers somewhat. I've also had quite some discussion with Mats when it comes to exactly this. We do want to promote different interesting areas that just simply doesn't always is the brute force to go through it all, where he have some really cool ideas behind how small group or guilds can create a guild in a specific area where they can obtain different types of bonuses, and that can promote other things compared to other guilds running other bonuses. So we're looking into take the step towards this to again promote different types of groups and sizes, and also when it comes to dungeons and such, PvE exploration, there are also quite a few areas where we intend to, you have to find the sweet spot of numbers and play the tactics in the right way, where maybe not brute force in great numbers may not work efficiently because of the specific gameplay around that, in size and spot where you can stand and so on. So we have experimented a little bit with this already, the past month, and saw where that really makes sense and shines and is very interesting. So obviously that's something we want to do more of. So you can't just bring your huge guild or alliance with 150, 200 people and beat things easily when you can't simply go through some steps with those kind of numbers. You have to split it up into teams. And we have many different types of features and things on the horizon on the upcoming roadmap. We have the relics coming back again, dropping from skies, that also attract hotspots in various places in the game world, and obviously it's up to the players to participate or not. So it all depends on what era we're looking at here. There are many features on the upcoming roadmap. Is this new content? Do you mean the pictures? This is the zombified, the Necromancer raisin creatures. So we are zombifying all creatures in the game world, which the Necromancer can raise and use as pets. So here you see a horse and a bear that the Necromancer can raise with the ritual system. It's like 10 p.m. his time. It is 11. Give me access to your database. It doesn't work like that. Need more support staff? We are expanding. We are expanding in all areas, from developers to support to systems. So that is happening. Yeah, quite unfortunate. He did a critical. It wasn't a patch, It was a critical fix, and I wasn't aware that he was doing it this late. It could have waited, I think, to early morning, but I missed some of the conversation of why it was pushed right now. So yeah, my fault for not being fully involved. Yeah, Rubas, naming bags and chest is a pretty good quality of life. So yeah, we will most likely add that whenever we have the time, or can squeeze that in as one little quality of life function in our upcoming roadmap. It could be 6 hours until, yeah, Sebastian can fix the havens if they don't start. Then he should be back. Necromancy tames get another pass. It looks more like diseases than undead. Skeletons might be better performance anyway. I mean, we didn't want to make them as they have been in the ground for weeks, just having the skeleton left. And also, you know, it's also what are we looking at here? So if we look at World of Warcraft, for instance, sure, it fits, right? A skeleton magically rises, even though there's no connections between the bones. It just magically holds together and fights, right? We tried, we have a little bit different approach when it comes to believable realism. If you're looking at Walking Dead, the series, imagine if they were just bones, they wouldn't be able to move, right? So that is where we kind of have the magic behind how you control the dead body, if that makes any sense. But you see the difference, right? It's not the magical cartoonish skeleton without any logic that they hold together and can move, but actually a real zombie horse, just like from the movie Walking Dead. It would fit there. The same kind of logic applies. It races again and can move around. So that is why we don't really want a pure skeleton that races. So I hope that makes sense. And it fits more our style and universe, what we're aiming for. Not going too much cartoon and such, but having it more raw, a little bit more believable, Again, looking at Game of Thrones, kind of believable. The fur on the bear should be much dirtier. Yeah, I mean, so this is a system that we are applying in a specific way on all our creatures in the game. So obviously it needs to be a robust system that works, good performance, and that we can obtain it. It is one person doing this, right? We are 30 people still slowly growing. So we can't just do things in a way where it doesn't make sense. We don't have the luxury in having 500 developers in putting like 100 people in just mass producing this type of content. So sure, there's always room for improvement, right? But again, we are 30 people. One guy is doing all this. So yeah. The Tupilak is gonna look insane this time around. Again, it's also getting a good facelift, refinement, and again, falling more true to the believable universe we're trying to put together with a lot of thought behind. No, domination will get some updates as well. There are some issues with some of the creatures that can't be dominated that will be fixed. Since we're zombifying everything, that practically should mean that you can put your friend's carcass in your ritual and raise him. Obviously, it's not your friend controlling him, but it's you controlling the dead body. Keep the big butt. You should be able to tame the panther as well. So that is something that will be fixed. Yes, Alt 1 is offline currently. Main should be online. Can I stable zombies? So any undead creature is quite illegal. Cities like Tinram won't allow you to walk in there with your Tupilak or your Army of the Dead. The guards will react. So So you can't just walk in there and stable them and such. So this means you need to build your own stable if you want to save your creatures there. So yeah. You have to pretty much build your own necromancy home. It's immortal. What does cold and hot eras do to the players? Nanaki Dutota. So we decided that Milan, which is the first starting continent, should be the neutral. There's no extremes in Milan from hot and coldness. So there's no really affecting your character in any way on Milan. But with upcoming continents that goes more extremely towards cold or hotness, that's where everything gets affected by the heat, to the extreme degree where you can actually get burned and take damage. So gear will be important, what kind of gear you're wearing in those climates, and the animals and pets mounts that you may use, and the clades will also have more natural resistance towards the different climates. So pretty much you will be more exhausted, burned out, or freezing, performing a bit worse. And the gear you're wearing may be a tool to help you not freeze too much. Or if you put plate on your skin and go out in the hot desert, you would get fried. So again, follow some logic. It makes sense why those things. So that will be more with along with the upcoming continents. And can we do a stream about PvP, not about lizard and undead pets? I'm here to answer any questions this search. Do you have any PvP questions? I do my best in covering them. I just was showing some sneak peek on the upcoming Necromancer that everyone is looking forward to, including PvP players. Necromancer is going to add a lot of cool options to the field, both in PvP and PvE, no doubt. So I think everyone going to be excited in exploring that to see if that's something that may fit your playstyle. And then obviously we have the other upcoming schools as well next after Necromancy. I had to change my review to negative. These server issues are actually crazy. Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. This is the first we had for many weeks. We're doing our best here, and I'm taking this on me. I wasn't really present to help with the decision in reverting due to a very critical situation. And yeah, unfortunate, obviously, that happened today with alt server and the Haven, specific Haven that doesn't seem to be running as well.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Silveren Logan, thank you for a subscription. Sebastian needs his sleep though. I can't waking up when he's falling asleep, or he will be coding poorly for us, which would be much worse in the long run. No, we don't intend to run the alt server for much longer than our upcoming patch. That's when we have everything in place for both backend updates, including with the roadmap updates. We couldn't separate them. They needed a client patch. And as you can know, we are on the mid section polishing the content, so we can't just deploy it now. Yeah, maybe we can make we do plan to refine our current map a little bit, and maybe we can add it. Yeah, so you guys can get it on whatever that you may want. Will dual wielding come to Mortal? I'm excited for what the team might be considering for that system. Yes, it will come back, but we will refine it or rewrite it quite completely compared to how it was in the first game. And we're not fully done with that design, how we want that to work. But we know that it wasn't performing that well in the first game. So we want to rewrite it. With the bounty hunter system, once you're killed and turn in, will your murder count be reset or will it be hunted forever? You will be in a grace period. So as long as you are a murderer over a certain range, you will be up for bounty hunters. Yeah. When we get new pet armors, as soon as we have more manpower on the animation team. What does massive boss include? Like massive 200 feet tall colossus or just like world bosses? So this is a quite special one. Again, we are pushing the boundaries in adding a new type of PvE experience in our MMO game. Again, pushing it forward to slowly getting close to the tier 3 AI. But it's still within tier 2, I would say. But again, pushing forward with more function and support and behaviors. So again, something completely new for you to try to beat. It's a big one, yes. Can you make open doors from the inside without keys so players can trap you? We're discussing that part again, so in quality of life. If you're entering someone's house you're not belonging to and you don't have a password, then yes, you are stuck currently. We will see what makes sense and what fits without, again, giving too much exploitability for housing. So yeah, we're looking into it. Fix the hacker issue. So we can enjoy PvE again. We are doing that. We have banned over 1,600 accounts, I think we're up to, and making it very difficult now, and we're getting it, way less and less activity in the game finally. So we're handling it. We're not stopping. We're gonna make sure no one can cheat in the game. When will we switch to Unreal 5? We need some time after this roadmap to see where we set it in time, where in dates. We have one guy going through it right now to see those areas that was not ready enough for Mortal. We're going through that to see if it's ready there now and everything works. And then the final step is the performance. If we want to enable lumens, the new lighting system and shadow system and all that, we need to go through some steps to make sure the performance is good and we don't kill the performance. And chance of ever doing a meet the team. And chance of doing a meet the team where we can see who's working on this amazing game. How do you mean, on a stream, or how would that be? When do you think we'll be able to have multiple character slots? I'm not sure yet. We don't plan to do that now. There are many important aspects to the one character system we have built. So again, it's a Diva system we have to revisit when we're done with the first steps of development we want to reach. There eventually be new types of aesthetics for horse armors. Yes, there will be, inspired from every clade eventually. Fist weapons when? I'm not sure. Fist weapons, dual wielding, crossbows are the 3 groups we want to cover next in the combat systems. I don't have the time frame yet though, and in which order. Please enable nanites everywhere it's possible. It's a direct performance upgrade through the dynamic level. Yeah, for sure. I mean, on all static meshes, nanites is solid. We have, you know, we can even use our high poly models straight in without having to do low poly or manual LOD. So that is awesome. Big chunks of world areas as well, dungeons. So yeah, there's a lot of good use for nanites. So yeah, we're looking forward to that. Obviously, a new change in the development where all of a sudden millions of polygons isn't a critical factor anymore, which is just amazing. That's always a factor now, performance-wise, to remove polygons, but now we can forget about all that. So that's going to be a big step forward in having insane quality of details, high details, without having to worry about performance. They don't support skeleton meshes yet, which will be amazing when they can support that, because, you know, that means we can utilize the same technique on both characters and monsters and creatures, which will be even more exciting. Cancel the expo, please. What about this Necromancer release? Necromancer is released in the end of May, along with one hell of an impressive Necromancer dungeon. That's going to be exciting. Looking for 3D model textures. We're always looking for different developers, so, you know, feel free to send us an email and we will look through it to see if it's something we need or, yeah, can make use of. Necromancy use spirit boxes. Yes, that is one of the components they use as regions, but not only. Necromancy is its own magic school, separate from spiritism, but there are some link, you know, regent links as well. There's also a link between animism and necromancy in a very cool way that you will find out later when obviously animism also arrives. What will the vendor have for functions and how do they look? So NPCs are created just as the players are created, so they look as the players and they carry and use the same gear players are using. That's the dynamic system we built. So any NPC is generated the same way as a player is, and that's a cool thing. And obviously the more gear, clothing and such we're getting into the game, the more of options the NPCs also can carry. And along with the different new nations, continents, we obviously try to add a pack that fits that Clade-inspired nation and, you know, habitants. How will the legendary weapon be crafted? Will Grandmaster have to learn a recipe? So, as soon as you are a Grandmaster weaponsmith and you find one of these rare components that you can use when you craft your weapons, that's how you create that legendary type of weapon. So it will make it look unique, bound to that component that you add. And we're looking at, we don't want to add, you know, heavily again, affect PvP in terms of this. Doesn't fit. So But it does make sense that there may be a little bonus on durability. So it lasts longer and it looks just really cool. And there will be more over time. And the same thing goes for armors. So and with the next patch, when the alts will disappear mid of April, means you already have fixed date. So I think we have the next patch, the April mid patch, is scheduled for Monday the 18th. So after next week, if things goes as planned. Small chance it's earlier, but I don't want to say that. That I guess that would be a pleasant surprise then. But 18th of April, we released the first roadmap patch along with the backend update, and hopefully we don't need to run alt server. So no legendary component that can make weapons do bonus damage in PvE. There are room for that, yes. That book is open for that. So we see that there's some good use for PvE effects in some ways, for sure. We will most likely add some of those ingredients. What have we increased the server capacity to? It's not that simple that there's a hard number. So the hard work and the challenge we've had when we have opened up and done some heavy testing and letting in all players and only the main Mirland is that we have installed and added so many different types of tools to monitor everything, because there's so many things going on many different types of servers that are hosting the whole Mirland. And we found the main bottlenecks and what we need to do to solve that. So again, if people are very evenly spread out, we have a very low bottleneck on a certain area that was the main bottleneck. As soon as people logged into, for instance, Medili, that was the heaviest area, because it's so concentrated that when one player is logging into Medili, he always have 400 others in his interest list, which is and the updates between those were just insane. So we very quickly saw the main bottlenecks that we had to work on to solve that, which we have now finally. But since we can't decide if players are going in one spot or not, if this happened much more, it started to add a queue eventually on the main server capacity, which could affect all players on Mirland. And obviously if that happens and start to queue up, things can go totally crazy. That's why when we did those tests and gather all that data, we did it while we were here so we can monitoring, and instead of just going to sleep and things could go crazy, like unfortunately this time with Haven, we started the alt again so we can sleep and you guys can always play on both, or if something happens due to population crowdness again. But the good news are we have done the progression we needed. We have done several multi-threading options on this bottleneck with great success. And this goes live on this next client patch. So obviously as soon as we go live, we're going to monitor this part again, make sure it works when it goes up to that high strain on specific nodes. We're also separating so that even though there may be some queues on one node, that shouldn't affect other parts of the service structure. So we've done several steps of improving the whole service structure to make it secured in different ways. The thing we see titles for miners, extraction, and fighters. Yes, we have a huge list of titles. Unfortunately, we only have a fraction of them in the game so far. So yes, we do intend to add many in the upcoming patches as well. So you may see a batch of titles in any of the upcoming patches. Thank you. Take your time for the patches. If it takes longer, it's really no problem. We are here for the long run. Thank you, Patch Riot. If only everyone was thinking that, then we will all be happy pandas, right? But that's not the reality, and we fully understand why. So obviously we try to stay very true to our roadmaps and what we set up to do, and we are very careful when we're doing these to make sure that we are on track as much as it's possible. But also we know that obviously the big break from release without any updates or exciting content obviously has its, shows clearly on the server that people are just waiting now and taking their time to play some other cool games like Elden Rings, and some people are trying out Ark for good reasons, fully understandable. But I have no doubt that a lot of people are coming back, and many new players are coming back and arriving along with the long-awaited content updates and features. And again, releasing on the other platforms that also helps us to make awareness, marketing the game, etc. So, just looking at when we did nothing other than releasing very fun content during the beta, constantly growing, a lot of action. It was exciting to see. I'm all confident that obviously we will have a similar, growth when we're going back to the roadmap updates that we're finally doing now. Also waiting to go back to Darkfall 2. No, not the game for me. I didn't like Darkfall. Completely different settings and another type of... But yeah, there are also many similarities in terms of PvP and all that. So I understand we have a lot of Darkfall players showing up, which is cool. New player here and been loving the game in my 3 days playing. Awesome to hear, Deanol. Awesome to hear. Welcome. No horses were harmed in making of this artwork. True. It was already dead, right? So we're just reviving it. No harm done. Crimson, you sound like a very happy guy that are happy to be here and play Mortal Online. And we're happy we have the game for you if you want to. We're just doing our best. 30 people been doing this our half of our life. And all we want to do is offer a unique sandbox MMORPG. If people love it, great. If people don't love it, we can take that too. And there's other games, right? That's how life works. Yeah, I didn't like the PvP in Darkfall, shooting those magic balls nonstop, and everyone was everything. That's where I think we go very differently. I highly prefer where you have to build your own unique style, and everyone have different roles, and teamwork is, the key factor. I prefer that kind of setup, but I fully understand that, people have very different opinions, right? And then obviously the IP, the style of realism and just looking next gen is something I think greatly helps for the long run as well. I didn't like the graphic settings that much. Just stopped in to say hi. Hello, Vile Shinobi. Haters gonna hate, especially entitled neckbeards. Indeed. Absolutely, real choices is a huge differentiator for Mortal, and you guys did a pretty solid job with that. Yeah, I mean that's the thing also with game. There are thousands of different games, right? And obviously, it's so tricky because we all have different opinions and views on things, right? That's just the nature of humans. So it's just that I'm so tired of seeing non-stop clones of theme parks, WoW games, non-stop for so many years. I fully understand why the big companies invest in doing something like that, but I just think it's so sad that that's it. I'm coming from the first generation of MMORPGs, which I call is a real MMORPG, you know, Ultima Line, such games. And I think it's sad because all those generation that have no clue what that game is were missing out. And what's cool is that they now, many of those have found Mortal Line and think, holy shit, this is awesome. It's, you know, quite fresh and unique compared to most MMOs on the market today. And like I said, I'm a big sandbox MMO fan, so for me personally, not finding a game I want to play and invest time in is just sad. So that's why I think Mortal Line 2 is important, to put it on a roadmap and give the option for anyone interested, and hopefully it will also show the giants that you know, maybe there's more to it in those types of game as well. I think I've hit my 300-ish hour stream MMO2 with 10 years of MMOs behind me. This has been the most enjoyable MMO experience I've ever had. Yes, very nice to hear that. And it seems like you are one of those guys that see what makes Mortal Line 2 unique and interesting and fresh, right? So yeah, it's just awesome to hear. What is confirmed for the next content patch? 18th of April, you have the roadmap on the website. What will be in that one? So guys, fan here. You made a reference to Bounty and Jedi system and plans to use some of the social features like entertainers. So we discussed that very early on, and it was a cool thing, right? In Star Wars Galaxy, when you went into the Caterna, or what the hell those buildings were named, and you had music and dancers that you watched to get bonuses. Pretty cool system, socializing and hang out. So obviously we want to do our take on it with taverns. We're going to have tavern, board games, where you can even make money or lose money. And a lot of RP social features in there. And some of them could make sense that they could give you a more resting bonus, similar to the Star Wars Galaxy, where you kind of, you know, if you've been there and doing some certain things, you may get a bonus on reserves or bonus on your upcoming XP gains, etc. It makes sense. Same thing with your houses. If you're log out in a bed, you can have some refreshment bonuses there as well. So there's for sure a lot of room for good stuff that we can add on over time as well. I think those undead models looks awesome. Very happy to hear that. Very happy to hear that. You know, it's you know, pretty much all our creatures are getting these zombified versions. So obviously we need to make sure we can't really spend weeks on rebuilding all the creatures. So we need to have a very creative way of making the zombified versions to make it, you know, work dynamically for all our creatures, which is really cool. And yeah, I agree. I think they look good. It's the result is really cool. So I'm happy you guys like it too. Serhab, yeah, and forced war declaration is a big one. Serhab, an upcoming patch. As long as, you know, if you're a RP exploration crafting guild which have no murders at all, you can't be force declared. That's a big important rule. But yeah, as long as you're in any conflicts or have those kind of status, you can be force declared. Bro, we're waiting for Lord Henrik. When will he arrive in game like Lord British? Good question. Good question. We will see. We will see. wrong. People don't say WoW is awesome. They say WoW, this has a ton of potential, but God, are there on ton of issues at the moment. You mean what people say about Modline? Yeah, I mean, of course, we hear all kind of feedback, but we were totally blown away. We didn't have a clue that we reached out to so many interested in this game, especially during the last epoch of the beta. You know, we got 20,000 new players showing up. Shit, I've never heard about Modline, and I've never had this much fun in my entire life in a MMO game or almost any game. So many reached out and said that, and that's when we understood that, okay, there's a bright future for this game, and it will just get better and better over the years. And yeah, we are working hard on those last nasty issues for sure, and we'll get that under control and deliver very exciting feature on every second week. We're a Darkfall player, Henrik. I tried it. Like I said, there was a few settings and main core functions that didn't set well with me, and that was kind of the big change, I would say, compared to Mortal Line that I prefer. Like I said, one of them being like, you're everything in Darkfall. Everyone is the same, pretty much, you know. And I didn't like the goofy models running around as, I don't know. I mean, obviously, gameplay is above graphics, right? And performance is above super good graphics. I think that is true. But some of those core rules didn't play well with me. Again, maybe I'm so molded from the original games like Ultima Line and such, where that kind of sat very well with me and many other players. We just simply try to refine those older steps, making it a bit more modern as well with Mortal Line 2. So I was no pro for sure, but I tried most MMOs on the market. Obviously, there's many WoW clones that I simply knew that there's no use in trying this because there's nothing to get from it. But quite a few MMOs that I've tried over the years, and most cases been quite disappointed because of, yeah, them playing it safe, not trying to venture into something new is boring, I think. So that will let us have ethereal horses at 1 year subtime. Those were the goodies in UO. But yeah, I'm not sure if that fits well with our game, right? This is the only MMO I liked since the launch of original Darkfall. Yeah, I mean, obviously the core essence is similar, right, from Darkfall and Mortal Line, and yeah, there's not been much other than that for many years. Same here, never found a game as enjoyable as Mortal. Never ever have I put this much time into a game before. Love it. Yeah, it's awesome to hear, and I really feel what, you know, I fully understand what you mean by it, because that's exactly the reason why we're here and why I thought it was important to make Mortal Line and why I want to build Mortal Line. And yeah, we're doing everything we can with the resources we have, and obviously a huge challenge, but we're getting there for sure. And just compare Mortal Line 1 with Mortal Line 2, it's day and night, you know. Just looking back when it comes to stability and such in the first game, just horrible compared to where we are today, luckily. But yeah, we have a few more areas that we need to iron out until we all are fully set, I think. Cantina, yeah, that's right. The cantinas in Star Wars Galaxies. How far has the tavern game progressed? Here, blackjack is done, but what about the ability to sit down and shares, etc.? Yeah, so those kind of tie together, right? So the backend for all board games are pretty much done. Obviously, we need to define the rules behind every new gameplay, and the other part is the user interface to make sure it's mortal graphics. And yes, it makes sense that we can sit down at the table, obviously. So many of these parts are done, but right now that guy is busy on one area that needs to be solved first and foremost before he can go back in again, implement the client side on board games, and then we can add more over time as well. So I think we can find a date on this on the upcoming roadmap somewhere when we are, get past the first patches we have right now. So we will have one of the patches for sure somewhere quite soon. There dice to tavern games. Yeah, I mean there's room for so many types of games, right? And I know Mas want to add his own created board games as well, and he's a genius, so I'm sure it's gonna be a cool game as well. So there's a lot over time as well. I don't want you to spoil the circus, but can you make a soft confirmation about if every fish in the game that is able to be caught with the tools players have been caught? I haven't looked on the, I haven't looked into the database to see if all fishes have been obtained by players. And I think you guys have been tracking a fish list as well in the forums, right? I haven't looked into updates there either. So I don't know how many actually got caught at this point compared to the list we do have on Mjolland. Obviously, it's interesting to see, but I don't know at this point. Okay, I think it's really cool that you guys have come this far. I was there at Mortal 1 launch. I get it. Game development is hard. Keep it up. Don't let the hate get you down. Yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah, Mortal 1 was rough. We ran out of options. We had to release the game, and the server crashed every 10 minutes, sometimes every 5 minutes. Obviously, quite harsh first experience, and that lasted for quite a while. But we also had so many core network issues that simply made movement, prediction, everything was, at the core more broken. And there was also a pre-inbuilt added, always like 500 milliseconds on top of every command going back and forth, which obviously made you always play like seconds behind what happened, which, day and night difference in so many levels. So, and yeah, the latest years, whenever a new player joined Mortal 1, even though it has a lot of cool content and features, new players just said, what the hell is this? Movement is foobar, prediction is broken, and it looks very out of date. So people wonder how can anyone think it's fun to fight in this game when they haven't been part of that initial release. So it couldn't cater for new players at all. It was just the old players that could enjoy that. Obviously, we knew we had to change that, so we rebuilt the core almost from scratch, spent years into that. And yeah, the beta showed us that thousands of new players thought it was, really cool experience, and that's when we saw that, okay, this game can grow into infinity as soon as we get our last stuff in track and continue on our exciting roadmap. You know, the goal is there to be the biggest sandbox MMO on the market, hopefully. The theme park MMOs become boring quickly. MO2 keeps me stressfully sweating when I play. Only other games that did that was Star Wars Galaxy before all the new game enchantments and reworked from a skill system to a level system. Yeah, I agree. I mean, a lot of my friends have been playing World of Warcraft when it got released. They told me, join in, play with us. We're gonna have some fun, raise some dungeon. I thought, yeah, why not? You know, things always gets more interesting and fun if you get to play with friends and such, right? So I thought, why not? Even though I know it's quite different from Ultima Online and such. But holy shit, I struggle. You know, first of all, this level restriction and all these questions. I wasn't really interested in that, so I just skipped it. So that was just annoying. I know they have an amazing story and all that, and people love that. But since I wasn't there for that part, I just wanted to quickly proceed to the right level and areas I could have some fun with my friends. So that ended up with me spending hours grinding through the different quests, going this and there, and after a while, you know, when it started to become more difficult because I was just rushing through, my friend came and helped me clear that location and then continue and say, come on, can we do something fun together? No, you're too low level. Holy shit. And that's how it was for a few days until I said, fuck it. I don't see the point, really. I can't. So I couldn't play with my friends because I was always like 20 levels behind and something like that. So again, I'm not bashing on World of Warcraft. It's obviously a very successful, solid game that millions of players are loving for good reasons, and I understand those reasons. But I really want that kind of freedom. I want to go straight to my friends, you know, let's do something fun together now. You're not restricted by those magical levels and such. And that freedom is, I think, is amazing in a game like Mortal Online. You can instantly start the game as a new player, know nothing, and a veteran or friend can come to you and show you some cool stuff, and you can have fun together anywhere in the world without limitations. And obviously also having the fear and risk of, you never know who you're going to run into. That's part of the excitement, right? A group of murderers or a huge group that scared the crap out of you and they were friendly. Pew, you know. It's a unique experience. I would have bought this game if it not for the dumb subscription model. Duck Steelhammer, I hear you, and I see what you mean. There was a lot of new players that, again, came to game during beta. I thought it was really cool, but they didn't like the subscription model. And also, again, the industry have changed the subscription model to be a microtransaction model instead, and its psychology more effective on players and also more profitable. So for us, it was an easy choice. Either we make the best possible game without any restriction, limitations, pay to win, all that crap and nonsense that will ruin your gaming experience more or less, no matter what. Sooner or later, it's going to hit you hard. For us, again, it was very easy. We want to do the most fun, best sandbox MMORPG game on the market. So we don't want to limit to that. And, you know, obviously we want to make sure that we can pay our bills, be successful, grow, make the game even better, and, you know, do this as our living. So obviously we need to charge for these kind of services. So either we do it pay to win, microtransaction, locked content that's gonna annoy you to pay $5 left and right every now and then. If you see how much you paid on one of those games after a few months, you pay much more than our subscription models. And they're sneaky, you know. First, it costs nothing, it's free, cool, wow. How can it be free? There's nothing such free games in the world. They are built to be profitable, that's it. We just are very upfront with it. We don't want to hide it. We don't want to restrict things. We don't want to make it pay to win. So again, if you're here for finding a unique, solid gaming experience that won't interfere with locked content or pay to win or looking super cool because you're paying a lot of money, you will be able to do all those progression as long as you are in the game. And yeah, most of those companies aren't making free-to-play games to make you guys happy that you get a game to play for free, because that's simply not true. They are always paid for, and those free-to-play games are so designed to lock even more and more cool content behind money. So yeah, I think the game experience would just be much worse if we lock everything behind money. And it also opens up for a worse game experience. So many people that doesn't care about the game, they're just here to make fun of players or ruin it for others, grieve heavily because they're bored. They just want to do that, and they don't care about the game because it was free. And also we have the cheaters. They all get to try their things for free. So we are locking out a lot of those that simply makes the game experience worse for us that want to be here for the right reasons. So yeah, I mean, just look at Lost Ark. It's a very successful game, right? One of the most played on Steam, free. But as soon as it gets into the game, you have to pay a lot. That's what I hear from my friends, that holy shit, now it's expensive. And if you don't do it, you're crap. And you're not going to progress in the same way as those that are paying. So if you want to be at the slightest competitive, you need to start paying. And yes, they're paying more than our subscription for Mortal Line. So I just hope that people are, thinking through that. What are you getting and what are you looking for? Obviously, if you're not looking for this type of game, then sure. But yeah. Yeah, you're greedy. $15 a month for the game is a scam when it's out. $5 will be acceptable launch numbers. So yeah, it's very clear, Crimson, that you're not happy about the development, the game, and our progression, and you don't think it's worth it. And that's perfectly fine. So obviously you shouldn't pay for it, right? You shouldn't pay for Mortal Line and be feeling that you're scammed. That will be the worst thing ever, right? Because we are here to do a serious business. We run a serious business, and I've invested almost 20 years of my life into this, blood, sweat, and tears into this project. Very hard journey, and invested everything I own in this. And the core team have also been here for almost 20 years. So hearing that we're greedy or trying to do a scam is the absolutely furthest away from the truth ever in history. That I can tell you. But like I said, it's very clear this game may not be for you, or this status we are in currently, you're not happy with that, and that's perfectly fine. You can always revisit the game in a year from now, and if you think it's worth it, that's when you pay, right? So you don't have to pay anything or do anything. Don't feel forced. You don't have to be upset. You don't have to be here listening to me if you think I'm, talking crap. That's all fine. So come back whenever you want. I purchased this game 6 times. This has been the only game worth it to me. Also bought a hoodie and a mug. Arcane Trauma. Thank you very much. And yeah, like I said, if it's worth for you and you want it, it's a free world, and we are super grateful because it helps us to make the game even better. It's that simple. How is the monthly going to work? Is it going to be over Steam or like on the website you log into? So we're currently, we've been talking to one of the world leading payment provider that will support all payment solutions worldwide and cover everything in a very solid way. But not only that, they also offer a lot of good things that we may benefit from, great features. So yes, there will be a service from this huge company that you will access from our website. And then we will see what kind of other possible options we may have. Lol, 15 for a subscription to a MMO is pretty much standard. Saying it's high is ridiculous, and $15 is not much, if an increase from the MMOs that were around in the late 90s. So not much, if any, inflation. It is the standard, EVE Online, World of Warcraft, it's the same subscription fee we're looking at. And yeah, it even started with Ultima Online 96, again with the same amount. They kind of set a standard, and also for good reasons, right? It's not that we are, that money goes to very specific things. Running a game like Mortal 9 is not like running Rust, you just have a client-based server side. You can put it out on any server, on higher any servers, and there's nothing to it. No staff needed, no support systems, no multi-thousands server structure systems that needs high maintenance and coverage and GMs. And then we go to the developers, the team that are constantly developing new things, adding stuff to the game, salaries, all that involved with running a whole company to just continue improving and working on the game. Obviously that comes with a cost, right? So that is the only reason why the companies need to charge for these services. Well, it's happy because you developers didn't listen to bug reports from testers. We do listen to all reports. It's just that we can't just magically work on everything at the same time. Like I said, we were like 20 people initially, slowly been growing. We are around 30 people now, still a very small team. So we always have to prioritize what we work on and in what order and what can be done, and if it's something that we can reproduce or not, or if it's something that we have too little information about. And then we also are very open and clear about, okay, so this is the deal, right? We are this small, we're trying to do this, we're doing this for this reason. Everything is transparent and what we're doing. As we mentioned, we wanted to initially start as a early access, and that's it. Majority thought we should skip the early access and release the game normally instead, and also add a few features that they thought, if we only get that, then that's a good minimum fine line. And like we said, we're going to continue after release every second week to add even more features. But yeah, then we got more than we were anticipating. We had to pause everything, had a long downtime with content and features. Of course, people are waiting for that to pick up again. So it's not that easy. It's not that we are sitting holding our ears and ignoring things. That's so far from the truth. We are so keen and doing absolutely everything we can in reading feedback and reports and get enough information to see that how they work, and then to put that on some of our developers to work on it. That's what we've been doing for 2 years non-stop, just fixing and polishing and doing things like that. People are so brainwashed they think a subscription is more of a scam than a cash shop. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a thing where, again, it's all psychology and business, right? That's all what it is for obviously big successful companies. Of course, we want to be successful as well, right? But we there are different ways of delivering a good game, right? And since the standard have been for MMOs now for a long time, more and more is free to play. But it's very misleading title. It's not free. We all know that. We all pay when it's, you wanna be into the game for real. But those console games, Elden Rings games, those are not free to play. Why not? They cost like up to $80. It's crazy expensive, right? But again, for good reasons. They don't want to wreck the gaming experience because they know that won't work when you're playing a single player game, Journey, something like that. Because how will that look? All of a sudden you can't proceed. You need to pay them more. That it wouldn't work. So it's a brilliant business model that works on a large scale. But the downside is as a consumer, it's worse. You're more fooled and put behind the light. It's like any gambling casino. They're all designed, obviously, to make money and get as much money as possible from the players and hide them in a cool secret way. So yeah, it's a little bit sad to hear that, oh, we are expensing, it's a scam or whatever, while we're actually more honest and open with, you get this is it. You're not never gonna be fooled or locked behind anything else, which you will be in any free-to-play game. That's just how it works. Everything is locked in those games, and if you wanna proceed, level up faster, have any decent gear, be able to PvP, you have to pay. That's it. And you quickly surpass those $14, $15 a month very quickly if you're the slightest serious about playing those games. And that's how it works, and that's fine. That's how those models works. And if you think that's fine and you want to pay to win, then perfect. You have found your game, right? But it's a very big difference from Mortal Online. We're not trying to do that kind of gaming experience. I would immediately start paying the sub if I could reach the bankers in back. We're actually adding in this next patch the command radius, just as we had in Ultima Online. You will be able to be outside the bank and say bank, and you will access your bank user interface. So that will finally be, much easier to access. Henrik, as the Thirsty Color max height can't enter the main corridor that leads to the Rise of Dungeon. Which Rise of Dungeon you mean? The old one or the new one? Yeah, we need to fix that, obviously. When it pop up in view distance, it should be fixed. Do you mean loading player gear, guild, and such information? So we added the name on the greater distance now, but you still don't get guild information and gear, and that's part of the big network optimization. But finally, the work we have done now allows us to greater increase those distances to make it even longer and load that data earlier. So that's part of the big work on the server capacity. So first step is obviously to make sure that capacity is in place and work, and then we can slowly crank up distances on some areas. It's also a cost obviously on the client, so we always need to be somewhat careful. We wanna be able to support the largest scales ever, 400 or 500 people on a huge siege scale eventually with wars. Then obviously we want to make sure that the client can also handle that quite well Obviously, there's always going to be a strain when we're talking about hundreds of players and character. But like we have done several of those tests since beta, we have gone extremely far when it comes to very impressive client performance on rendering characters on the screen. I've never seen another MMO that have better performance with this high level of details. And yeah, I played a lot of different MMOs and been part of many large-scale battles. And I'm very happy with that baseline. There's always room for improvement, but the baseline is impressive, I think. I'm still waiting to make first character. All right. Yeah, we know there's a Haven server that had issues, and I think Alt 1 is still down, but you can play on main at least until Sebastian fixed the other. Crimson, I hear you, and there's nothing I can say to it. It doesn't matter what I say either, because you have set your mind and you will always think what you want, right? And it doesn't matter what I answer or respond or explain. There's good reasons and explanation behind everything we've done, and we've been very, very open with it. And some people, accept that or respect it, and some will not. So, there's nothing I can say, Crimson. I can only say, come back whenever you want to try the game. If you like it, great. If you don't like it, then all right. Henrik, I know it's really going to take off this year while new content gets added and bugs get fixed. I was also curious, will you be adding more medium armor styles like Current Splintered? Yeah, there's a huge list of armors, from light, clothing light, medium to heavy. So we have a good package now, mainly from the Tinremic, Korite, Mirland focused content. And along with obviously other continents, we're going to add a lot of new styles, both weapons, handle, heads, and clothing and armors, including medium armors. Yes, that is a huge list. So sooner or later you will see parts of this coming on the roadmap. Can we do another ammo giveaway? Not in today's stream, Squish Allen. You have to join in on my next stream. Buying alt, pay to win. No, I don't agree at all. Pay to win. There is many pay to win games out there, MMOs, and that means you can pay to get a freaking weapon that you kill everyone else with and you win. That is the expression pay to win. Buying an alt doesn't win you anything. You won't get better at PvP, you won't be better at anything. Your knowledge and your skills still remains behind you as one player. And you're not buying anything in terms of getting better or anything like that. As a solo player without an alt, I can do exactly everything you can. I can buy every service I need from anyone. There is hundreds of players willing to sell the best of the best in every category, and I don't need an alt. Where an alt is obviously understandable desire is when you want to play something totally different without having to remold your character. That part we fully understand, and that is simply due to I'm interested in a completely different play style. Fully understandable, why that is a desired option that many players want, and that is something we want to revisit with the Diva system down the road to see if that makes sense for us. But as you know, we also invested a lot of time and resources into making the new character system be that you can be a fully fledged craft or profession at the same time being a action, character, which you couldn't in the first game. We have the clay system, and we have further veteran system that will make your character much more advanced and complex, refinable than you never were in like 3 characters even in the first game. So and also a lot of things are balanced around that. The normal player, or investing in one character and playing that, mainly, and that has a balance in the game world as well. And then of course there will always be those that are simply, want to do different types of options and changes whenever they want, and obviously going for more than one account as well, just as in many other games as well. Can't believe we keep trash talking other companies. What company am I trash talking about? I don't think I am. And I would never trash talk any company. I have full respect for all game developers, game companies out there, because I know how challenging and difficult this business is. And I have, great connection with many companies in the world, and good relationships. And I know many different developers that do completely different types of games, and why would I think less of any of that? I learned a lot. I know a lot about game development, and the whole process of going through it. And I have full respect for any developers that dares to take the step into investing in being a game developer, running a game company, because it comes with a lot of challenges. And so, yeah. And yeah, there's a good reason also, obviously, why we aren't starting any game time or any costs, because we are aware of, we have the backend issues on the servers. We haven't had a server crash for weeks, so this is out of the ordinary. But again, a very good reason why we haven't enabled game time or subscription or anything like that. Near Galkor is a dungeon. You mean the old one? The other one is also a little bit close to Galkor, but I guess you mean the old one. Yeah, but it's on our artists. They will fix that for next patch as well. Yeah, that dungeon will be fixed, so even taller characters can move past. Are you saying that main is down now? I haven't seen it go down. I thought it was Alt 1 that was down, guys. Am I wrong? I see a lot of people online. On main. I see a lot of people on main. Alt 1 is up. Okay, so Alt 1 is up now. Alright. That's good. So then both is up now again. Great. When does Pulsar get a buff? I don't remember. Quite a few patches ago. Quite a few. So this game is not fun. We have surprisingly many players that like to solo play it. We also had in Mortal 1 actually. I mean, obviously there's so many different options when it comes to team play, but not only team play. We're trying to promote play interactions, right? But that doesn't mean that you have to play with everyone. Play interaction also means you can do trades with them. So if you want to do solo and you want to craft some things and you want to buy the rest you can't craft, then obviously a good interaction, setting up a connection or simply using the broker systems is a good way to supply whatever you need. But yeah, there's obviously a lot of areas in content that just gets more interesting and exciting when more players are part of it or playing with friends, no doubt in that. But yeah, surprisingly many enjoy not having that type of gameplay. Just doing whatever they want in their own pace as a lone player. Just knowing that they are in a living world with other players, they can always engage whenever they want to. It's surprisingly many that find that part relaxing also, which is fine, you know. But some things obviously will be more challenging, no doubt, being solo. For instance, trying to kill some very difficult creatures will obviously be obviously close to impossible. See, I'm quite behind. I'm gonna scroll down a little bit before I this is the Necropets. So this is showing the ritual system. So there's one of the big changes from the first game is that you can only do some specific creatures with magic in the first game. This time around, we allow you to raise any dead creature, which is really cool. So you can even raise a pig, which means if you have a dead bear, you will be able to raise a walker bear that is your pet. So that is one of the big changes with the ritual system. Can I sing to you in Fabernum sometime, Henrik? Yeah, of course. Why not? People so dramatic. Game publishers always stay down after launch, and then new content comes out. Pop will go up again. Yeah, I mean, obviously there was quite a hype on release, and a lot of people are trying to get in at the same time. And yeah, there's always a flood of additional players that simply don't have a clue what they're jumping into. They may think it's a World of Warcraft game or whatever without even PvP or such. And obviously some of them may be disappointed and leave soon after. That happens to any game in the world. You know, you think this could be something, you try it out, it wasn't for you. That happens and you move on. And yeah, obviously a big part of it was the insane queue struggle issues we had pushed away a lot of people, and us having to stand still in almost 3 months pushed away people, or kind of put people in break. They're waiting for these new updates to get into place. You know, just look at Rust and many other games have the same similar starts and then work, growing from there. And we did the same thing in beta. We were growing constantly in beta. because we were delivering very exciting content. Obviously, we're going back to that kind of cycle now, starting with the upcoming roadmaps. So kind of expected. And also, obviously, we hope to reach out more along with the different regional releases and platforms, and start some marketing again. Raising any creature, does that mean we can raise Walking Undead too? So there's two things. There's a raise Walker, which is a fast spell, a fast summoning that you can use quickly as a fighter Necromancer. Not too advanced, you just need to have the skill requirements and regions. And you'll be able to raise different types of strong walkers that fights for you. The ritual is different and more time-consuming, complex, which allows you to actually cast a ritual on the ground, and you get a new user interface where you can craft a new pet. And this is where you do the raise any creature in the world, or even do specific recipes that allows you to create a abomination, a tupilak, or a death knight that it looks very unique to your creation. Put in a freshly killed troll carcass, and you are raising a troll that is zombified as well. So it's two different systems. The rituals, that is the more complex pet crafting, I would say, while the fast summon is only summoning walkers for like fighting. What is a tupilak? That is a very specific creature put together by a necromancer. So the necromancer can learn to take different body parts from different creatures, put them together in a certain way, and bring that beast to life, which is known as a tupilak. So sewed pieces together look quite horrific. And eventually you'll be able to build this in different ways, more agile, short, different proportions. We're starting with a brute force, like a ogre type of tupilak, strong tank kinda, and then you'll be able to refine those eventually to a more agile, quick version, so you can modify for your needs. You want a fast, more weaker creature, or more heavy tank type. So we're going to be able to combine types of horses. Yeah, you'll be able to build different types of horses. So there are another component as well that will have an impact on its hit points and damage and such. Just raising it without any effort will give you a weaker version of the one that was alive, because you're simply just raising it again, and it's just, as you can see here, it's already half damaged, right? It's falling apart, but it works. And then you can strengthen it with some additional artifacts and magic. 2-pack. I can make a tupilak, and the name is 2-pack Resurrected. Indeed, indeed. Please keep your hair fade fresh, because it shows you're doing better. What? What do you mean? What do you mean? Doing better? What about Death Knights and Shades and Undead Steed? So there's no need for us to add the Undead Steed again, because as you can see on this screenshot, you can already create your own Undead Steed with the rituals. The Death Knight we plan to do as well, and the tupilak. Specific recipes to raise those. The Shades we are a little bit unsure of yet. We are going through the Shade currently to see how it may fit correctly this time around. We're also changing some of the names, and we are actually replacing one spell that wasn't really meant to be Necromancy, which is... what is it called? What was it called? the spider thing. What was it called again? Does anyone remember from the first game? That spell that kind of spawn. Yeah, spider bite, exactly. Thank you. We're replacing that spell because it wasn't really intended. We're replacing that with a very cool spell. And I'm going to reveal it to you now, guys. It's called Mute. Mute. And it's a very interesting spell. Because that will put a mute on your character. Your lip will be sealed. You will not be able to VoIP, talk, do any commands. And you will be silent for a short period of time. That will also prevent you from doing special commands to pets, which is pretty cool. And if someone is annoying on his microphone in the city, you can just mute him with magic. No one can hear him talk. Necromancy sounds pretty darn awesome, but I don't know how I feel about working with dead bodies and such. Seems heathenous. Such abominations should not be allowed in our beautiful city of Fab. Sovereign, you're very accurate in that statement. It is unlawful, illegal actions, very banned and horrible, and no nation really accept that. So it's up to you to seek that knowledge or not. Would mute him in town be an offensive action? We will see. We haven't really gone through all the terms, if it's unlawful or not, alignments on the different spells. Maybe, yeah, muting a character may be an illegal action, which then, yeah, could lead to you may not do that in town. That could be the case. You can raise them more than once, as long as you have a carcass for it and regions to raise them, the component required, then you can raise them again. But this one, you know, it gets more and more destroyed, so you may need to find new carcass types to make sure you raise them in a proper strength. Make mute like pushing, so you can't do it over and over. Maybe. Yeah, it's a quite specific but pretty cool, interesting spell, right? But yeah, of course, if it becomes a grief mechanic that people are talking and you can't talk anymore because you mute, then obviously it may be becoming an illegal action. I think we had one more spell. No. Yeah, we're also updating the names to be correct, tied to the lore and all documentation about necromancy. So the name's gonna be changed, actually. Quite a few of them. Yeah, anything that can be used to grieve will be used to grieve. True. That is the nature of humans. So we try to minimize that, obviously. Can we expect left-hand torso source light anytime soon? So we are working on light sources and such. We are getting campfires in this next patch, which actually gives you one option to place a campfire in a dungeon, and it will light up quite a lot. So you get at least one new option along with these upcoming patch. But yes, there will be more light source options, you know, somewhere in the upcoming patches as well. Will current areas such as Fab Tower be updated with the new types of undead that necromancers can summon with the release of Necromancy, or only new areas? There will be something completely new. A new lore adventure place to visit along with Necromancy that really pushes our boundaries in a very exciting dungeon exploration, completely new that you haven't seen before in Mortal Lion 2. And it's just gonna be so freaking exciting to see who figures out what. I'm building a crazy place, guys. I'm having a blast building it as well. So I can't wait to see your reaction going to this place. I'm afraid it's gonna be a hell of a hotspot though, for thousands of players possible. So we're thinking about that as well, how we can spread that a little bit.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Elsbin, thank you so much for the subscription. Let's go. TC is one of the big components that requires very careful implementation since we're rebuilding a lot of this since the first game. That is why we can't rush it. That will just be worse in the long run if we rush it. So we need to be patient when it comes to the big TC content. But yeah, we are working on it. Do you need over 20 people to explore a new dungeon? So this is the thing. We, you know, again, we take all the experience and feedback so far to give different types of elements. For instance, I'm gonna spoil a little bit, even though I don't really want to, but I have to. So it's not just gonna be brute force, strength, and numbers and all that. It's gonna be use your brain to the maximum. Puzzles, riddles, whatever, you know, crazy things. It's gonna be a blast to see your reaction on it. And I probably have to log on to a GM account and just fly there invisible to see what you figure out, because I think it's super fun. I tested this on my girlfriend and she said, holy shit, this is like a movie. What the hell? It feels like a whole new game. So I was testing the whole dungeon place with my girlfriend, and yeah, she thought it was brilliant. And a crazy thing happened when she tested one of the section in this place that was just out of this world. I can explain what that was when you have done it, because if I say something, I'm gonna spoil things. But she did the most insane thing, and that's what I think is fun. I want to see what you do in that situation, and I'm just guessing that you guys gonna have a blast going through that. I would, you know, pay anything to be in that room or be in that Discord when I hear your thoughts around it. I would pay a lot to experience that. Hopefully many of you guys will record it so you can share that afterwards. I really hope you do, guys, because that could be golden. There could be so many crazy things going on, a lot of laughter and experimenting, and that's what I want to capture. So I hope some of you guys record those first experiences. So any of you guys going there in groups, please record some stuff so we can see some of that afterwards, hopefully. Girlfriend gets sneak peeks. She does. I test quite a few things on her. It's a good thing to you know, get a very casual view on things, how they would respond to things or react to things. Armir with the raid. How's it going, man? Have you been doing some sewer runs? Lol, we are rablets in a maze. I mean, I get a lot of joy in designing this because it's, yeah, just super exciting. And, you know, we can only guess how you would react, and because there's a few things to solve, a few things. That's the beauty of it. And that part I really want to see. how is the majority experiencing that part. And you can even go very far as a solo player in this place. That's what's cool with it. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Howdy, Henrik. Howdy, Short Row. Spotting your friends in a big fight is still a challenge. Yeah, it is. Short Row, thank you so much for the subscription. Yeah, can still be quite a challenge to identify friends from foes. We are fully aware, and that's where options come in to define guild emblems, logos, tabards, and flags and such.
Oh my god.
Short Row going crazy with the gifts. Thank you so much. Very nice and kind of you. So yes, that is, we want to build a very cool guild designing system. We talked a little bit about it before, where we want to give you a high freedom to build something cool without, having those silly pictures, ruining the immersive feeling. So we want to make sure that is working correctly, and then obviously you'll be able to set your color on it. So that will obviously be a good tool to allow you to better identify your crew. We don't have the time frame exact for moving on to Unreal 5. We have the engine in-house. We are experimenting and seeing those areas that we want to benefit from, and also looking into the main performance that wasn't very good in the preview build. So as soon as we get those under control, we will set a date for when we move over on Unreal 5. And yeah, it's going to be exciting. Nanites, and hopefully we'll be able to make some good use of the Lumen system that makes it just look insanely good graphically. But performance is always king for us, so that's why we need to go through that. Tamer's Dominus can't tame a max level pet, but Necromancer can revive one.
Oh my god, another one.
Or they do not completely outclass other pet characters. So there are three completely different things. Tamers can tame all animals in the world and trade them. Dominators can't trade them, but they can also dominate some specific creature that isn't really animal-like. The Necromancer can raise any dead, but they would be transformed into a dead meat moving by magic, which means it's not the same animal anymore, or that spider that have been dominated, and it will be weakened, and by default, because it's half broken, right? Like you can see here, the half chest muscle is missing, so it's weaker, right? It has a lot of damages.
Oh my god.
So there's a crafting part where you can modify those effects and stats. So they all have three very different components that is useful in different ways. Hello, and GG for the great game. We need a sensitivity for bow and an other one for the melee. Yeah, a good quality of life. I would agree with that.
Another one.
And yeah, you can't just, you need to have the dead carcass and some components to make it happen in a ritual. So there's tools for starting a ritual as well. So, it's very different from taming and dominating. The performance can be wired and letting use disable shader package like other games like Apex Legends. Yeah, so we've been working a lot on making shaders super cheap, and we try to have a minimum next generation visual level standards being the best looking MMORPG on the market. Obviously, if you can change everything, turn everything off, it's not looking as spectacular anymore. But obviously, we are looking into main performance. The performance is quite impressive with low shadows on, and we're talking a few frames difference, talking that. And also, you may be breaking some of the magical effects if you can modify all the effects as well, so they look silly or broken or even aren't readable in the way we want balance wise. So there are also game mechanics and balance, that involves in different scaling abilities. But what I meant is, when we just turn on Lumen in our preview build, we went from Mortal Line 2, where we had 90 FPS down to 40 FPS in the same location and world. That's a big hit, and would be very bad for the performance, obviously, right? We don't want the default performance to crumble down heavily. So that is the part I'm talking about, where we need to make sure that the baseline should be good enough, just as it is now in Mortal Line 2. Diesel Baby, thank you for the gifts. It doesn't break the game, no. But we made it so cheap that it's minimal impact. But yeah, obviously it depends on if you have a very old hardware or such, and obviously it scales much more, for sure. We will see. We will have a date pretty soon, I think, when we plan to take the leap over, as long as we have stability and performance under control. And then obviously there's quite a few cool things we're looking forward to utilize on that engine. Will light armor players ever run faster than those who play it melee? There is a difference, quite big difference. It's interesting when we hear people saying every now and then, talking about that, what kind of armor they're using, and not really, maybe not fully covering in how big impact it actually has on stamina and such, which is very important overall in our game. Heavy, medium, and light armors have a good impact on stamina, especially. Not as much on speed, because again, as soon as speed gets changed, it's on and off, on or off. It becomes no option anymore. So that's why we're very careful. We learned that from the first game the hard way. But there's room for use for different styles and opinions on stamina usage, and that's where there's quite an impact. RTX 3090 Ti giveaway when? As soon as Nvidia can send them over. They have a big shortage still. They were supposed to send us some, but no, nothing. Is not like the tech you were talking about being able to possibly fix no line issues and improve level streaming? No. The system behind loading data in and out levels in Unreal 4 have limitations that is quite poor. And we started the project in building that system because we knew that we will want this for the future, for the game to run smooth when you're moving around in the world. And when we got, quite a few steps on it, we also talked with Epic Games, and they showed us exactly the same thing, which they're building for Unreal 5. It was built on exactly the same way, and that's how you build it. So it was obviously really good to see that they also think it's time to support larger worlds, which is, in short, it is. along with Unreal 5, thanks to this system. So that will allow us to stream, load and deload data in real time when you're playing, load assets and levels without having it on one thread and freezing your game because the CPU is, you know, up to the cap. So this is one of the parts that we are looking forward to, obviously, to get our hands on now, and hopefully that's gonna solve all the freezes you notice when you run over a certain line in the world. For instance, when you're approaching a city and it loads the city, you have this little freeze, and it can be up to asynchronous loading, and that freeze is obviously affecting the performance, right? And can be dangerous as well if you're hunted. So this is one of the parts that we're looking forward to have a better system to load that kind of data. So a smooth transition running around in the world is pretty much what it gives. Nanites is more quite sophisticated LOD system on high poly meshes, I would say. It allows us to have high poly meshes that have insane amount of polygons, and it kind of LODs it in real time in a very clever way on a part I need to see and be close to without killing performance. So static meshes and huge parts of world components, we can now utilize nanites and have very high details on those meshes without affecting performance in a bad way. So that's also a very good win for our game. So yeah, then obviously we hope that we can utilize lumens, the lightning and shadow system, as much as possible without killing performance. That's because that's also what makes Unreal look as it looks, you know, taking the next step towards next generation lightnings and shadows. It just looks spectacular, and that is thanks to this new system. But yeah, it requires quite a few work with the world we have now. And obviously, like I said, we need to make sure that the performance is good enough to utilize that. All right, guys. All right. It's getting a bit late here. I'm over 4 hours. Time flies always. Didn't expect it was over 4 hours yet. That is one weird looking horse. It is. It's a dead horse standing by a necromancer's command. Yeah, I think I need some sleep. Sebastian will be awake soon, and he will attend to the Haven server issues that have happened. So yeah, I'm sorry for that. It seemed like one of the Havens have some issues. All right, but he will be awake in like I think 5 hours, and he will have that sorted as soon as he can. And more sneak peek. I only have this Necromancer summer version and this little baby, which is our water lizard that you will be able to control as well. It's lacking its texture and material, as you can see, but the model is finished now. It's highly detailed, as you can see. I think it's cool update from our old water lizard. Yeah, yeah, what I mean with one haven is that one server is hosting multiple havens. So yeah, all the havens on that server is most likely affected. Yeah, sorry about that. Sebastian will be awake in a few hours and he will fix it as soon as possible. So yeah, little baby, that's a big baby. Indeed, it's not that small actually. It's a big, quite dangerous animal. It's cool. It's cool. It's a cool update. I'm happy how it turned out. It's really cool to see all our creatures getting a nice update, just looking more spectacular. And are you planning to make more content? The community in the game screams for it. For sure, for sure. That's what we are stepping into now, finally, after 3 months of full focus on backend issues. Now we can utilize the majority of developers on content. So yes, now the fun begins, starting on next week, if things goes as planned. We're getting there, guys. Just hang in there. 1 more week of polish and development, and then we will start releasing the content patch finally. It's been a long wait, and a bit too long wait. We have the same kind of frustration as you guys. So bear with us, and we will make this happen together. Yeah, the 18th. So we have next week to polish everything, and the plan is, if I'm not mistaken, the 18th. That's when we plan to hit the first content patch live, along with a very important backend update. Yes, Ornberg, we are hiring more developers in different categories. We are expanding slowly but steady and trying to find, what's important is to find the right people for us, not just anyone that can do anything. So yeah, it's a time process as well. So feel free to send any applications or whatever to info@starvault.se, and we will take a look. All right, guys. Getting late, a little bit too late for me today, so I will be doing a raid. Do we have anyone streaming, guys? How does it look? Yes. Who do we say, guys? Who do we say? Who do we pass it on to today? Do we have anyone that you would like to raid to? Thank you for also love from Malmo, Sweden. Thank you, Orn. Thank you. Squirrely, yeah, he's a nice guy. The master fishman. Let's see. Yeah, he's fishing. He's fishing. Shall we do Squirrely then? Squirrel. I don't know how you pronounce it. Squirrel. I wonder how many fishes have caught of all we have on Milan. It would be interesting to see how many he's up to. He's quite a persistent fisherman and become a very good one. Let's see. Squiller or Kraken? What do you say? It's up to you guys. I will do the raid. Squiller or Kraken? I have done one raid to Squiller, right? Haven't I? I think so. Try to spread them evenly. Should we do Kraken this time then? Because I'm pretty sure I haven't done a raid to Kraken. Should we do Kraken today, guys? Kraken it is. Yeah, I think I did squarely. Or was it lost? Lost again stream. Udin Seed is a very nice gang. If you're looking for a guild, I highly suggest to look into them because they are so entertaining and awesome to watch when they stream. They have a few guys streaming quite regularly. Just a awesome group of players that just have a lot of fun together, and it's just entertaining to watch them. So yeah, you know, it's one of those guilds that are positively promoting the game and interaction with other players in a very cool way. So I'll stream indeed Dirt Randy. Okay, so before that it was Squirrelin, I think. But yeah, I was sending to Kralken this time then. I don't think I've ever rated him, so we spread some love for our streamers. Let me find him here. Kralken G. Alright guys, Oz is recruiting as well. Is it the Australian Guild or what is it? Alright guys, thank you so much for tuning in today, and thanks for all the questions and discussions. As always, it's nice to hang out with you guys, and thank you so much for all donations, subscription and all that. We highly appreciate it. We highly appreciate your support in this project, and we couldn't have done it without you guys. So remember that. We really appreciate that. And yeah, hope to see you in the next stream, and that will be, you know, just 2 working days if things goes as planned before the next content patch finally. All right, Kralken, here we start a raid then. All right. Again, thank you so much and have a good night, and see you soon again. All right. Bye bye.